Introduction to the self-help strategy of the tragic female protagonist of Meiqiang. 1v1 Double Cleanliness, Reunion, Meiqiang disaster star physical fitness Miss X white cut black gentle youth, a high and mighty daughter, but with a tumultuous life. The fate of walking in darkness for half a life is the helplessness and low tears of many nights. The sudden murder case left her on the brink of death, becoming a victim of capital when she opened her eyes again. Prologue. You are listening at novel full.audio. Ads by Google equals window. Ads by Google. Push. In a serious court, the judge struck a decisive conclusion. In the case of a car accident in Lishu, the police station failed to handle the case effectively and accepted bribes to cover up the criminals. The case is now being retried, and the police officer who was charged with the crime of favoritism and bending the law, Chai Jian, is sentenced to 3 years imprisonment, his police status is revoked, and the stolen funds are confiscated. The punishment for the defendant is hereby announced. The defendant fled to Country M after the incident, privately bribed the police station, and treated the law as if he had nothing to do, causing serious harm to the victim's family members. In consideration of his good attitude after returning to China, voluntarily surrendering, and understanding with the victim's family members, the sentence can be reduced, and he will be sentenced to 15 years imprisonment with a fine of 50 million yuan, including compensation for the victim's death and emotional compensation for the victim's family. The fair and strict person continued to speak a lot, but the girl on the plaintiff's side couldn't hear her clearly. She only felt her ears roar, the cold wind howl, and the flashing car lights in front of her seemed to go back to the past. No one knows if she will still have that dream. The crossroads of Sherluo Bay in Lishu, the dusk of winter 10 years ago, the car slipping and losing control, the longest green light in life, are still vividly remembered. The bone-chilling coldness of winter always fills my dreams. She always can't sleep, and the sense of guilt makes her repeat the experience every night. Those who cannot escape, those who live, ultimately cannot escape the pain. Morning rain. She walked out of the court, her steps not as heavy as before, but she still felt that the road under her feet was too far and too long. This was a completely relieved answer, but she didn't feel relaxed. Has she really completed self-forgiveness and self-redemption now? She chuckled self-deprecatingly and quickly left the hall, ignoring the accompanying personnel and reporters behind. She cried uncontrollably and fled the sad place where her disguise was exposed. Perhaps since then, no one will remember those dusty memories anymore. In fact, she never overthought about those so-called truths and compensations. It's too far away, too far-fetched, too painful, and it shouldn't be brought up again. She never thought about it, nor dared she. Although the French Open is magnificent, not all ugliness can be punished, not all truth can be understood, and not all pain can be relieved. She was somewhat grateful, with some indescribable emotional pressure pressing down on her heart, but had nowhere to vent it, only forcing out her years of accumulated tears, choking up and forgiving herself for surviving. The truth was revealed, but no one returned her warm childhood and family. The days when crying in the dark no longer seem so sad. The survivors of the accident may have lived in hell all along. The seemingly luckiest is actually the most unfortunate. Chapter 1. All Encounters. You are listening at novel full.audio. Ads by Google equals window. Ads by Google. Push. All encounters. Originally, all our encounters were destined for our common ending. The thin clouds are gradually dispersing, and the early sun is covering. The snow in Gontang City has begun to melt in the past few days. A Mercedes-Benz business car drove into the number 11 mansion of Tongzhai Royal Courtyard, with a unique landscape and the remaining snow on the road already cleaned up. The car stopped at the main entrance, and the driver helped several people in the car remove their luggage and rang the doorbell. A few young boys got off the car and stood at the door, looking a bit reserved. The people inside quickly opened the door and took the person in. Lu Yu enthusiastically led a few people to observe one side of the mansion, and then led them to choose their own rooms. Several people are living in the guest rooms on the second floor. I have seen all the rooms, and the house is a bit complicated. If you're not sure, you can ask me again. Lu Yu smiled and looked at the three teenagers in front of her. Is this really our dormitory? It's too big, exclaimed one of the boys wearing glasses. When I first arrived, I often got lost. This is the mansion on the outskirts of Mr. Chen, now also used as your training and accommodation place. Lu Yu spoke happily. One of the quiet and handsome boys pointed to the deepest room on the second floor and whispered, I haven't seen that room yet, thinking that Lu Yu had missed it. But Lu Yu smiled and explained, that's Xiaoxi's room. The girl's boudoir won't show you around anymore. She'll be back in the afternoon, and you'll be there soon. Lu Yu just remembered that there was still soup simmering in the kitchen and quickly called them downstairs. A few people went downstairs, and one of them asked, Is Xiaoxi your daughter? I saw Lu Yu almost slip and fall down the stairs. Oh my goodness, how could Xiaoxi be my daughter? Do I look like a mother? Xiaoxi is the daughter of Mr. Chen and has been living here ever since. Xiaoxi is relatively quiet, so she may not be easy to get along with at first. After finishing, she quickly ran into the kitchen. After a while, he remembered the guests in the room and ran out to entertain them. Those delicate boys were standing quietly in front of the three-dimensional decoration in the corridor, which was a transitional area between the living room and dining room, yet completely different. A tree ran from the bottom to the ceiling, and a solitary boat standing in the ocean was parked beside them. The blue clay sculpture wrapped the two at the bottom, like an oasis in the sea, a blue light boat. Is it a real tree? A boy gently stroked it and couldn't help but murmur to himself. No, it's just biomimetic. This artwork combines elements such as indoor greenery, wooden canoes, and clay sculptures, making it the finishing touch of the first floor. Of course, there are also many unexpected designs in the mansion. Alright, let's go sit in the living room and have a meal later, Lu Yu said with a smile. Three people obediently went to the living room to wait, chatting occasionally. The man with delicate and profound facial features wearing glasses among the three is called Mu Qingyan. The one who looks cold and quiet is Yu Xianyi, while the noble and handsome man is Lin Xiran. Several of them are high school students aged 17 or 18, who are staying here as a boy group waiting to debut. The sky gradually darkened, and the afterglow shone into the living room. The room was somewhat dim, and the tree shadows swayed outside the window. The street lamps in the courtyard were lit one after another. While everyone was drowsy, someone pushed the door in. The dim sunlight shone through the glass ceiling of the entrance, casting a layer of golden border over her. After changing her shoes in the foyer, she walked through the middle corridor and casually placed the pocket she was holding in her hand and the plum blossom she was holding in her arms on the dining table, entering the illuminated kitchen. Mu Qingyan and Yu Xianyi in the living room noticed the person's movements, only Lin Xiran was sleeping lightly on the sofa. You're back, have you all taken the medicine? Lu Yu noticed the person coming in. Said the morning rain with a faint response. She thought of something and said, I picked some plum blossoms from the backyard. Yes, those flowers are blooming just right. Then I'll come back and insert them in the living room and dining room. Oh, a few guests are still in the living room. Is that right? But when she came, the living room was dim and didn't seem to be occupied. Hey, Xiaoxi, can you help me take the cut fruit to the living room? Oh. She walked to the living room with a fruit platter, turned on the light, and saw clearly that there were indeed 3 people sitting in the living room, but she didn't seem surprised by their arrival, her expression was cold and expressionless. Lin Xiran was awakened by the dazzling lights. In a daze, he saw a delicate girl holding a fruit platter onto the table and saying something expressionless, eat fruits. I took out the remote control from the drawer of the coffee table and turned on the TV. Watch TV. Then he turned around and walked away. After a while, he picked up several bouquets of plum blossoms and inserted them into the vase of the coffee table. Then he walked away expressionlessly. Lin Xuran wanted to say hello, but was rejected by her indifference and could only awkwardly hold back in the end. He said she was a quiet girl, but he didn't expect her to speak so little. Did you get to know them after delivering the fruits? Lu Yu asked tentatively. The girl shook her head, picked up the vegetable and fruit salad on the table, and prepared to leave. Hey, let's eat downstairs today. I've made so many dishes to give some face and introduce you to each other. No need. Don't leave, at least you live under the same roof, you must get to know each other. And I just made you some tonic soup, at least drink some. Lu Yu looked at her somewhat embarrassed expression and smiled, all right, let's go upstairs and rest for a while. I'll call you later. She was stunned for a moment, then turned around and carried the bag upstairs. The three people in the living room started talking. This should be that Xiaoxi, right? Mu Qinyan was a bit curious, feeling as if she had seen her somewhere before. But it looks so cold and aloof. Lin Xuran didn't interrupt her for a moment. But I have never lived under the same roof as a girl, would it be strange to get along with them? Lin Xuran thought of another question. And this girl is also the boss's daughter, Yu Xianyi kindly added. He always felt a familiarity with that person. The story of the rising star of the boys' team and the high-cold daughter is this youth. Lin Xuran couldn't help but sigh. Ha ha ha. Mu Qinyan slapped him on the back of the head, don't daydream, I've already guessed what you're thinking. She is the daughter of the chairman, don't cross the line, Yu Xianyi reminded with a stern expression as he took a sip of the tea in front of him. Lin Xuran cleverly jumped to the topic on TV. When we were ready to start the news broadcast, people finally waited for dinner. After Lu Yu served all the dishes on the table, he invited them to come and eat. You guys eat first, I'll go call Xiaoxi. Lu Yu waved his hand at them. The three of them sat back and looked at each other, not a single person moving their chopsticks. After the morning rain and dawn settled down, Lu Yu began to warmly introduce herself like a parent. I'm Lu Yu, as I mentioned earlier, I can be considered a janitor in the 11th courtyard, and I'm just a senior student at the University of Political Science and Law, so I didn't become a mother, Lu Yu said with a smile, as if not angry about the previous misunderstanding. Miss, let me introduce you. Lu Yu pushed Chen Yuxi with her elbow. Quiet for a while, only a clear and melodious voice drifted out. Morning rain, rainy season rain, and sunshine. I hope to get along well in the future. Morning rain spoke calmly, with a proper fake smile. Lin Xuran, please give me more guidance in the future. Mu Qinyan, there will be more interruptions in the future. Yuxianin, nice to meet you. The three of them also smiled and answered. Eat, eat, the meal will cool down in a while, Lu Yu said and handed dishes to Chen Yuxi. I can't eat it, big sister. Chen Yuxi just wanted a bowl of salad. No way, it's been a long time since I took care of your meal. I've lost a lot of weight. Then I poured her another bowl of soup. Morning rain and dawn helplessly bow their heads to cook. The table was a bit quiet, and the atmosphere was a bit awkward. Lu Yu began to find a topic. How old are you? I am 17 years old with Xianxi and 16 years old with Qinyan. Lin Xuran naturally took over the conversation. That's about the same size as Xiaoxi, and Xiaoxi is only 16. I heard that after the Chinese New Year, the company is going to transfer students for you, right? Lu Yu had some knowledge about several trainees. Well, they said they're going to a foreign language school. Lu Yu and Chen Yuxi were both stunned, as there was only one foreign language high school in Gontang City that had been running for over 30 years. Xiaoxi is also studying there, hoping to have a companion in the future. Lu Yu politely smiled and secretly looked at the expressions of the people next to her. Chen Yuxi remained silent, feeling unhappy in her heart. She had already figured out her father's intentions and silently continued to work, with a chill on her lips. She seemingly politely changed the topic. When will we leave? She asked Lu Yu. This Saturday, when the old man picks you up, I'll leave. Lu Yu couldn't touch the thoughts of Yu-Shi in the early morning. Oh. Miss, aren't you trying to keep me working overtime? That's not true. Lu Yu chuckled and started serving them vegetables again. Eat more vegetables. Stop, I've already eaten. Morning Rain. She dodged Lu Yu's output with a flash. Okay, there's yogurt in the fridge. Take it and drink it. I'll go and bring you hot milk later, Lu Yu said gently. Lin Xiran secretly felt that Lu Yu was indeed quite like a mother. However, due to their guest status, they could only politely refuse Lu Yu's enthusiasm for serving dishes, but still could not resist Lu Yu's series of skill sweeps. Finally, the group perished. Are you full? Lu Yu asked with concern. I'm full, I'm full. The cheeks of several people were stuffed full. Then go drink yogurt too. By the way, most of the time, I'm not here. You should get along well. You can also see that although Xiaoxi has a sense of distance, she is quite nice. I am really happy that you can come here. She lacks communication with people and has a somewhat gloomy personality. You can talk to her more and make friends with her. Her family and I hope she can be a little more cheerful. Lu Yu said these words with a particularly gentle and helpless expression. After listening, the three of them put on a clear expression and expressed that there was no problem. The cold winter wind howls, the shadows sway, and all things remain silent in the vast snow. The person in the room opened their laptop and clicked on the file that was copied from their father's computer when they hacked into it last time. Inside were the information of those boys, which she carefully browsed through. Unfortunately, last time she only glanced briefly, and now she saw that there was actually an acquaintance hidden inside. The knocking on the door interrupted her thoughts. Xiaoxi, the milk has been heated for you. She closed the computer and went over to open the door in response. Thank you. She took the milk and turned around to leave. Xiaoxi, when I'm not here, you should get along well with others. When someone talks to you, you should respond and not leave them alone. You should build a good relationship with them, on. Lu Yu instructed her anxiously. Got it. Chen Yuxi turned around and listened to her finish. Then I'll go back to school. You should rest early, Lu Yu prepared to leave. Well, pay attention to safety. Chen Yuxi said goodbye to her. Lu Yu was about to close the door when the sound of morning rain stopped her. By the way, when there's a thunderstorm, remember to take an umbrella when you go out. She just glanced at the weather forecast on her computer. Okay, Lu Yu smiled contentedly. After Lu Yu left, she opened the computer again. The introduction of each person in the document is very detailed, and when it comes to their identity, it is not simple, except for one Meiqiang whose background is ordinary and simple, like a whiteboard deliberately concealed by someone. She found it interesting that even three people with such a large deviation could form a group. According to the plan, the Mingyang Wanqing Youth Team is a 4-member male team, and currently only 3 members have information. It is very likely that there is one left who needs to choose a suitable person from the company's trainees. She is curious about the last person and hopes that their identity can be more exciting. She gave a teasing smile, with a hint of playfulness in her eyes, and soon her expression returned to a calm state. She glanced at the time and saw the robot charging in the corner, silently powering itself off before making a sound to remind the owner that a thunderstorm had arrived. She walked up to the glass door and stared straight at the pitch-black night outside. The dark curtain is torn apart, seeping out a moment of light. The flickering brilliance makes one feel the power of electric charge. Then the muffled thunder outside the window exploded and roared in the air. The thunderstorms in winter can be considered particularly strange. Although the weather has been cold and warm in recent days, the temperature has been close to zero, so thunderstorms are quite strange. However, her calm heart stirred up a hint of joy. She has a strange habit of admiring lightning, the power to split the sky, the dazzling brilliance, and the sudden emergence of light in the darkness. The rain was drizzling down, thunder was still ringing in my ears, but the whole building suddenly fell into darkness. Morning Rain. She pushed open the door and walked to the balcony to look into the distance, while the other courtyards were still brightly lit. Maybe it tripped. Xiaoxi, why is it dark? A little robot rushed towards the balcony of the room. Chen Yuxi glanced at the robot that had just been charging in the small living room and had already run to her feet. It's your business everywhere, it's just a trip. It's good if there's no power outage, otherwise Papaya's electricity won't last long. Morning Rain. She closed the balcony door and walked towards the pitch-black room. Papaya, turn on the lighting. The little robot turned on the overhead light and followed behind its owner. Chen Yuxi searched for her night vision glasses in the storage cabinet while secretly suspecting whether the circuit was damaged. Papaya, put a few rock candies out to check. Chen Yuxi decided to let a few rolling detection robots go and check the situation first. Good master, the rock sugar has been activated. The little robot named Papaya released several mini detection robots at its charging point. Papaya, you go too. Master, Papaya is afraid of the dark. Stop talking nonsense. Whispering, Master, you have no heart. Papaya reluctantly left. After finding the night vision mirror, she sat on the small sofa in the room and checked the surveillance with a tablet. After confirming that there were no abnormal conditions, she prepared to walk downstairs. Mu Qingyan and Yu Xianyi both returned to their rooms early. When the power outage occurred, Mu Qingyan was reading a book while Yu Xianyi was packing the traditional Chinese medicine he had brought into the cabinet. Only Lin Xiran is still wandering on the first floor, naturally trapped there. A person nearly 1.8 meters tall was so scared that they trembled and dared not move easily. Gu Lu Lu, a small voice amplified in his ear. He vaguely saw something flashing red light passing by him. Is it a mouse? He was pinned in place and dared not move. The spacious hall magnifies the faint sounds. There was a muffled thunder outside the window, and his face turned almost pale. Anxiety flowed from his heart and gradually filled his entire body. Before he could react, he saw a glowing white object drifting towards him from the staircase. He was so scared that he fell to the ground, trembling all over. The white one also seemed to be startled by him, let out a strange cry, and ran away. As soon as Chen Yuxi reached the staircase on the second floor, she heard a scream, and after taking 2 steps, she heard another one. After going downstairs, she walked towards the hall and saw a person sitting on the ground in her night vision glasses, trembling and uneasy. She only felt amused and prepared to bypass him, but at that moment a flash of lightning flashed through the glass on the top of the entrance, illuminating both of them. In the dim light, Lin Xiran saw a black figure standing next to him. The deafening strange cry echoed in the empty hall, and Lin Xiran was about to collapse. Looking for Shuyuan www.zhaoshuyuan.com, he said the house is too big and easy to haunt. He wanted to escape, but his legs were so weak that he couldn't stand up. After struggling for a while, he clung tightly to the floor like an octopus in a strange and boneless posture. Chen Yuxi was startled by him and gave him a silent glance. She quickly walked towards the entrance, lifted the painting on the wall, and pulled down the hidden switch behind her. In an instant, the world regained its brightness. Chen Yuxi walked to the staircase and glanced at the person who had died on the floor. It's just a trip, is it okay? Said calmly. The seemingly caring words made Lin Xiran even closer to collapse. I don't know where another robot with lights on and a rolling ball on the ground ran out. Master, you scared the papaya to death. There's a ghost. The white robot spoke up and then saw the person on the ground. Oh my goodness. I shouted and hugged Chen Yuxi's leg. Morning Rain and Dawn are a bit speechless. Why are the courage of 1 or 2 so small? It's a guest, don't be afraid, said Chen Yuxi. Papaya still scrutinized the people on the ground with suspicion. Morning Rain. She picked up several small white translucent spherical robots on the ground. It's just robots, didn't it scare you? She said naturally as she watched the person on the ground's pale face gradually turn red. It's okay, it's okay. Lin Xuran was already embarrassed and wanted to leave this planet. Perhaps this life will pass soon, right? He awkwardly got up and went upstairs. Good night, he said with a guilty heart, but he probably won't be able to rest for the rest of his life. After watching Lin Xuran go upstairs, she turned off the lights on the first floor and silently smiled, thinking about what had just happened. Chapter 1. All Encounters 2. You are listening at novelfull.audio. Ads by Google equals window. Ads by Google. Push. The next day, Chen Yuxi woke up early to cook. He said it was cooking, but in fact, he just took the sandwich and milk out of the refrigerator to heat up. Good morning, Mu Qingyan politely greeted him while eating a sandwich in the restaurant. Good morning, breakfast is in the microwave in the kitchen, Chen Yuxi replied after swallowing it. Mu Qingyan took out the remaining 3 portions and served them to the dining table. At this moment, the remaining 2 people also came down. Good morning, morning. Early. Chen Yuxi politely responded. Coming down, let's eat then. Mu Qingyan arranged the 3 portions and the 2 sat down on the side of the long table. Then the atmosphere fell into silence. Yesterday's thunderstorm was quite heavy, and there was a power outage. Mu Qingyan found a topic close to life. Well, it just tripped, don't worry, Chen Yuxi politely continued. Lin Xuran's face was somewhat embarrassed and unnatural, so he pretended to be calm and changed the topic. Xiaoxi. Lin Xuran had just called out, and both of them were stunned, as if shouting a bit affectionately. After all, their way of getting along was quite unfamiliar. What's wrong? Chen Yuxi raised her eyebrows slightly and tried to accept the title. Are you left-handed? Lin Xuran asked cautiously. Yesterday, he observed that Chen Yuxi had been eating with her left hand. It wasn't in the past, but it is now. Chen Yuxi's expression was calm, with a self-deprecating smile on her lips, her eyes quietly darkened, and she silently lowered her head to continue eating. She instinctively shrunk her right hand with a watch on it. Under the precious watch strap lies the secret of her right hand, hiding her unknown darkness and pathos. The dining table quickly regained its composure. Master, master. I don't know where a robot came from, but it ran to the feet of Chen Yuxi with a thud. It's just the right time. Chen Yuxi was worried about when she would introduce them to each other. Chen Yuxi picked up a papaya and placed it on the dining table, facing several teenagers. This is Papaya, the little butler of the yard, and also a robot. Wow, several people were quite surprised and began to praise. How impressive. Yu Xianyi has never seen a robot become a butler before. Hello, you. Hello, Papaya said with some hesitation. Sleeping trough, does it have many functions? Lin Xuran didn't pay attention to observation last night. It can generally do what you can do. How amazing. Lin Xuran exclaimed in admiration. It's nothing, he still has many similarities with you, Chen Yuxi truly believed. What similarities? Lin Xuran didn't notice. Talking incessantly. Although we haven't been together for long, Chen Yuxi can probably judge his personality from last night's dinner table. Although Papaya is not naturally ripe, it is indeed a perfect chatterbox. Lin Xuran smiled awkwardly. Ha ha ha. Ha, the remaining 2 of them burst into laughter. They thought Lin Xuran could hide from others for a few days, but they didn't expect to be seen through so quickly. Papaya. There's no chatter. Papaya tried to salvage its image. It's okay, only top-tier handsome guys are talkative. Lin Xuran touched the Papaya's head, as if he had already thought about it. Morning Rain. She smiled lightly as she carried a plate into the kitchen. As the new year approaches and the festive atmosphere intensifies, the mansion also hangs fiery red lanterns in response to the occasion, and the lintel is pasted with a couplet personally written by Morning Rain Shi. Even so, the vast mansion still appears somewhat deserted. The few people who are not yet familiar with each other also parted ways due to the new year. On Saturday morning, the ancestral home came to pick up the Morning Rain and Dawn. Several people bid farewell to Morning Rain and Dawn, and also left courtyard 11 one after another. How come Xiaoxi lives with a few boys? Rain Shi's aunt Chen Nan in the car asked cautiously on the way back to her old house. Can't they be boyfriends? 3. Chen Yuxi's aunt was already frightened by this idea and carefully observed Chen Yuxi. The artist from my father's company, who lives here, is not very familiar. Chen Yuxi saw her concern. It's good if there's no early love, who can match us Xiaoxi? Chen Nan said, she praises and shows off how excellent Xiaoxi is in the office every day, how could it be early love? Chen Nan is Chen Yuxi's physics teacher and also the grade director of her sophomore year, and her excellent niece has always been the center of her pride. Mom, do you care? Zhao Xiaoyi, the cousin sitting in the passenger seat, said with a smile. Since the death of Chen Yuxi's mother, Chen Nan has been taking good care of her and treating her as her own. Xiaoxi is already very old, and it's up to her to do whatever she thinks and does. Zhao Xiaoyi was very open-minded about early love. Go ahead, there's nothing to do with you. Did I manage you too strictly back then? I didn't let you have an early romance, I kept it bottled up for you, and now I don't even have a girlfriend. Zhao Xiaoyi's secret is not good. His mother is going to urge her to marry again. Sure enough, the artillery fire quickly hit cousin Yuxi. Look at you, you've been single for so many years. When will you bring me a daughter-in-law back? Every day, I say I'm busy studying medicine. I had time to intern at number 1 middle school 2 years ago, but didn't have time to find a partner. Mom, please let me go. I finally took a break. Zhao Xiaoyi didn't know how the topic came to him. Humph. Chen Nan couldn't help but feel angry. Auntie, when will cousin come back? Chen Yuxi tried to ease the atmosphere. Autumn is cold. Chen Nan's expression suddenly became particularly gentle. When will your sister come back? Then he asked the co-pilot Zhao Xiaoyi displeased. Chilhan has just returned to China, and when she called her, she said there are still a few days left for the group event. Her agent said she should be back before New Year's Eve. Zhao Xiaoyi answered truthfully. Zhao Chilhan, the cousin of Chen Yuxi, is the storefront representative of the girl group Smile at Chen Entertainment Company, and can be considered as the senior sister of the upcoming male group. But Zhao Chilhan debuted in a draft and has good information protection, so few people know that Zhao Chilhan is the niece of the company's chairman. I really want to be cold. Unlike you, although you are often by my side, you never let me go smoothly. Zhao Xiaoyi didn't know why the spear was aimed at him again, so he smiled helplessly. Chen Yuxi can't help her cousin anymore. Approaching noon, the car finally arrived at the old house halfway up the mountain in Qinyu. At the Chinese New Year's Eve dinner, the Chen family was a happy and harmonious family. Xiaoxi, are you drinking? Zhao Xiaoyi jokingly greeted her. I'm looking for a fight, but I also want to bring bad kids. Chen Nan was so angry that she wanted to take action. Ha ha ha, it's been a long time since Yuxi came out, and she looks even better. Chen Yuxi's uncle, Zhao Ling, is the director of the Gontang City Police Bureau and rarely meets her in person. Chen Yuxi was about to respond politely, but was interrupted by someone. Of course, it doesn't matter whose granddaughter it is, who can match such good genes. The old man Chen Juyan drank a bit more. Dad, drink less. Chen Yuxi's father and uncle were both anxious to persuade him to drink. At the end of the meal, several adults started chatting. From financial risks to national policies, and then from national policies to the national situation. A few children also started chatting proficiently. Xiaoxi, how are you using the things I sent you? Chen Xian, the cousin of Chen Yuxi who is studying abroad, asked her. The high-tech equipment is quite useful, but I can't wear the skirts that were sent, said Chen Yuxi helplessly. Chen Yuxi's cousins take extra care of her. When I saw those little dresses, I felt itchy and bought them for you. You must be suitable for that style, try it out. Don't let down your sister's kindness. Chen Xian was very impressed by her cousin's looks, and the two of them often contacted each other online, and their relationship was even better than their own sisters. By the way, Xiaoxi, aren't you in the same school as Xingxing? Can you teach her more? Her sister is usually not at home, and although your aunt is also a foreign language teacher, she doesn't have much time. If you have free time, can you bring more Xingxing? Chen Yuxi's aunt, Ren Yu, asked anxiously. Chen Xing lowered her dining head again, and at the table full of excellent relatives for the New Year's Eve dinner, her presence was extremely weak and she didn't want to be mentioned by everyone. Chen Xing is the cousin of Don Yushi for 2 months, and also Chen Xin's younger sister. But those who know her well can't believe that she and Chen Yuxi are cousins, because the gap is too big. Okay, I'll make up for it when I have time, said Chen Yuxi without hesitation. After dinner, Chen Yuxi stood alone on the balcony of the room, admiring the moon. She quietly supported the railing, allowing the cold wind to blow her hair, her facial features, and her cold heart. Another dull year, a dull and tasteless new year. She stood in a daze in the cold wind with a sad smile. She looked at the starless sky of the lonely moon and always felt that there was something wrong with it. If only we could set off fireworks. She remembered the brilliance scattered in the dark night in previous years. But perhaps setting off fireworks won't change anything, it won't change her already decayed heart. But she still felt that it would be great if fireworks could be set off. It would be great to have fireworks under the pitch-black night. Dong dong dong, someone knocked on her door. She opened the door and saw Zhao Qiuhan standing at the door. Xiaoxi, it's just you. Let's celebrate the new year together, Zhao Qiuhan smiled gently. Morning rain and half believing, she walked to the entertainment room. Her brothers and sisters are playing games. Oh, Xiaoxi is here. Zhao Xiaoyi saw Zhao Qiuhan bring Yuxi in and made way for her. What are you playing with? Chen Yuxi asked sincerely. Let's take a big adventure with sincerity. Zhao Xiaoyi said with a smile. No, Chen Yuxi refused decisively. Her eyes twitched and she didn't understand why her cousin, who was already working, would play such a childish game. If you have any questions you want to ask, just ask. Qinyu Shimen guessed what he wanted to know, but she never liked to beat around the bush. Are those guys your boyfriend, or are there any of them? Zhao Xiaoyi asked directly. What, which few boys? Zhao Qiuhan's gossip soul was ignited. WOC, it's okay, a few boyfriends. Chen Xian firmly believed in her cousin's ability. Qinyu Shi realized that even Chen Xing had cast a surprised gaze, and knew that the situation had exceeded her expectations. Neither of them is my boyfriend, how could I have that idea? Just a few trainees who are about to debut, and I don't have that interest. Chen Yushi didn't know how the topic came to this distant matter. After all, Zhao Xiaoyi was still open-minded and cheerful at that time. Really? Zhao Xiaoyi did take early love seriously, but after thinking about it, he always felt a bit uncomfortable when he thought about someone trying to touch his sister. Then you must keep a distance from those boys. It's so dangerous to live under the same roof. Zhao Xiaoyi cautioned anxiously. Trainee. Is it the new boy band Mingyang Wancheng? Zhao Qiuhan heard from her agent. It seems so. Chen Yuxi couldn't bear to hear this strange name. Xiaoxi must take good care of people and not be easily abducted. Even Qinxin couldn't help but say a few words. Don't worry, don't worry. Morning rain she couldn't help but cry and laugh. Then several brothers and sisters played games together to kill the rest of the year. Happy New Year. In the fragmented time, they said to each other a Happy New Year, and in the less warm time, they stepped into the expected future together. Happy New Year. Morning rain. She gently repeated this ordinary blessing, with warm currents constantly pouring into her heart. Several adults in the chess and card room chatted while playing mahjong. The future of autumn cold is extremely promising, Chen Ting sighed. Really? Touch yourself. Really, sister. I don't need to praise her much, she's very popular. Even if Chilhan goes abroad to study, her popularity hasn't been affected at all. My daughter. Ha ha ha, Chilhan and Xiao Yi have always been our pride. I heard that Xiao Yi went to the emergency department, right? That's right, I just became a regular not long ago. So impressive. No, that stinky kid is very stubborn and insists on studying medicine. It's great to be a doctor, but what about that kid? It seems like chatting with a few younger sisters. These children haven't seen each other for so long, and their relationship is still so good. Ha ha ha, that's it. Morning sweetness. I joined a technology company in Country Y and heard that I am working as the deputy manager of the technology department. Ren Yu couldn't help but smile when he mentioned Chen Xian. Oh, that's great. Ha ha ha, there's no need to worry about finding the boss of Shuyuan www.zhaoshuyuan.com, but Xing Sheng is different. His grades are still the same, and I don't know if he can get into college. Don't worry, this thing can't be rushed. Chen Nan knew Chen Sheng's foundation well. You said that Xing Sheng doesn't have any excellent genes inherited from our family. Chinda and Renyu are always anxious about their youngest daughter's grades and have tried many methods but none have worked. Maybe they are good at other fields. People cannot force it, Zhao Ling comforted them. What about Xiaoxi, how is her illness? The topic quickly reached the youngest child. The atmosphere in the chess and card room became tense and serious. I didn't ask that doctor, I forgot about it. Chen Ting said truthfully. Can you serve dim sum? It's such a serious problem. Chen Nan was not angry when she heard that. She often praises Yushi for being long and short in school, and always reminds of Yushi's illness. However, she cannot speak up and is afraid of arousing the little girl's sadness. Oh, it's okay. I haven't been sick since I came back, so I think I'm fine. Chen Yu sent someone to keep an eye on Chen Yushi, and there hasn't been any abnormality since he returned. Next time, please ask a doctor for clarification. You are busy every day, and if you don't care, I still care. Chen Jian felt very sorry for his granddaughter. Yeah, that's not a small problem. Everyone doesn't have to be so nervous, as you can see at the dining table, it's quite normal. Chen Ting wasn't too worried about the situation of morning rain and dawn. That's not to be underestimated. Look at back then, no one expected it. Chen Yuxi spent the new year peacefully in her old house, and didn't see much of her busy father, cousin, and uncle. The biggest gain may be the jumping New Year's money on the bank card. Chapter 1. All Encounters 3. You are listening at novelfull.audio. Ads by Google equals window. Ads by Google. Push. When the morning rain and dawn returned to courtyard 11 of Tang Mansion, the plum blossoms in the backyard had already bloomed. A few days later, Yu Xianqi and the others also returned to courtyard 11 one after another. The atmosphere of the new year gradually dissipated, and the days quietly approached the start of school. The reunited classmates exchanged warm greetings with each other, reducing the oppressive atmosphere brought by the start of school. After a while, the homeroom teacher brought a few new classmates into the classroom. The classroom immediately fell silent, and then gradually boiled again. Stop making noise, all the seats have been changed. Morning rain. She looked around her, empty. The class leader had replaced the people around her, leaving only a few empty desks and chairs. She gradually had an ominous feeling. We have some new classmates in our class, and we hope everyone can get along well, the homeroom teacher Lin warmly introduced. Let me introduce you. My name is Lin Xiran, nice to meet everyone. Then he was arranged to sit next to Chen Yuxi and became the desk mate of the new generation of big shots. My name is Yu Xianxi, and I'm glad to be a part of our class. Yu Xianxi sat behind the morning rain. Hello everyone, I am Mu Qingyan. Please give me a lot of guidance. Mu Qingyan naturally sat next to Yu Xianxi. Wow, handsome guy. Luo Xiao excitedly poked his desk mate. I'm not blind, big sister, but I'm really handsome. The class monitor is lucky and surrounded by handsome guys. Luo Xiao looked at Chen Yuxi's side. She had always been Chen Yuxi's desk mate before, and she didn't know how the teacher had transferred her this time. She was a bit distressed. Ah, my boss's throne is gone. Is it because she regressed last semester? I heard that there are also transfer students from class 3, who are one male and one female, or siblings. How does it look? I heard that she has a very good appearance. I heard in just one day, can't the news be more accurate? Next time it's best to have even a photo when it comes to gossip. Luo Xiao is unhappy with inaccurate gossip. Lin Xiran looked around excitedly, full of expectations and excitement for the new environment. Hello, Mississippi. We've met again. He turned his head and spoke to the person next to him. Morning Rain. She glanced at him and coldly popped out a word. His expression was indifferent and tired, but he continued to watch the homeroom teacher talk loudly on the podium. After glimpsing the unfriendly expression on his desk mate's face, the person who looked pleased gradually fell silent. Indifference and resistance interrupted his innate passion, and he looked anxiously at the person in front of him. People who know each other appear unfamiliar and unfamiliar. He quietly peeked at her, feeling a bit bitter about being neglected, and began to doubt his passion. The person with a gloomy expression suppressed an indescribable displeasure in his heart. All encounters, all coincidences, whose arrangements are self-evident. She is not rejecting a few inexperienced teenagers, she just hates the so-called father's self-righteous arrangements. Such plots are everywhere, and as she silently adapts to everything, the rarely met father interrupts her newly established life with just a word or an idea. It seems like a destiny that can never be rid of, a control that can never be rid of. Notice. Notice. Class leaders are requested to call a meeting in the grade conference room. The sound of the broadcast was particularly abrupt in the quiet classroom. Chen Yuxi hurriedly ran to the conference room under the gaze of the homeroom teacher. Old morning, why are you running so fast? Class 2 monitor Xu Wenma followed from behind. Chen Yuxi glanced at him and slowed down his steps. Do you care if your dad runs fast or not? Chen Yuxi walked side by side with him, her tone not friendly. I haven't seen you for a holiday, where did I get angry? Zishu could tell from Wenmo that she was in a bad mood. No, I just don't want to see you. Chen Yuxi changed the topic. What I said is truly heartbreaking for my father. Zishu Wenmo did not embarrass her. Chen Yuxi didn't want to argue about the father-son relationship with him anymore, and instead talked about her experiences during winter vacation. Ouyang Lingnua, who was also a transfer student, transferred to class 3 of foreign language high school on the first day and felt quite happy. He is very confident in shining brightly in the new school. He was planning a blueprint when he was bumped into by a girl running towards him. With the impact of the collision, Ouyang Lingnua took 2 steps back before stabilizing. It didn't have much impact on him, but it was different for Chen Yuxi. She felt like she had hit a solid wall, her feet couldn't hold steady, and inertia led her to fall to one side. Fortunately, the person in front of me reacted quickly and grabbed someone who was about to fall, using force to carry them into his arms. Through the thick down jacket, apart from the forehead of the morning rain, there was no substantial pain between the two. Someone who stood firm quickly broke free from their soft embrace. She looked up awkwardly and met the slightly bewildered gaze of the person. The momentary collision of eyes made the two strangers feel a bit awkward. The splitting headache left her with no energy to stay for too long. "Sorry," a sweet voice sounded in her ear. Before she could react, she hurriedly ran away. "So beautiful," Ouyang Lingnua sighed inwardly as she regained her senses. The following gaze made him notice the school sign that had just fallen from the girl, now lying quietly on the ground. Morning rain and dawn in class 1 of grade 2. The name also sounds very nice. Is this the encounter of his youth? Ouyang Lingnua held the school sign and looked at the direction the girl was leaving, savoring the casual physical contact she had just made. "Brother, what's wrong with you?" Yi Chi patted his shoulder. Yi Chi was the youngest son of Ouyang Lingnua and the only person he knew in the new school. He regained his senses and instinctively glanced at the school card in his hand. Yi Chi followed suit and looked over. In the morning. At dawn. Yi Chi rubbed his eyes to make sure he was not mistaken. "Did you find the school plaque of the level flower?" Yi Chi was a little incredulous. "Where did it come from?" "It's unlikely that you stole it, right? Schools in China and abroad are different. It's just your first day here, so you shouldn't have done such a wicked thing." Yi Chi thought he might have been such a person when he was abroad. "What nonsense. I was just hit by a girl and fell off her body." Ouyang Lingnua felt speechless towards his good brother. On the first day of his arrival, he was able to come into contact with the level flower. What luck! Yi Chi had never seen that big shot from afar. Grade flower. Ouyang Lingnua calmly stirred up waves in his heart, and he further confirmed that he was the man favored by the gods. After the meeting, Chen Yuxi sensitively noticed something unusual in her body and found an excuse to separate from Zishu Wenmo. She faintly felt a headache, and the convoluted words drifted in her mind. The scenery before her gradually became blurred, and a familiar sense of chaos surged into her brain. Seemingly affected by an old illness, she secretly thought something was wrong and quickly flew towards the small shop. "I accidentally bumped into someone at the entrance of class 3, apologized to them without thinking, and hurriedly ran away. A bottle of water, thank you." Chen Yuxi rushed into the small shop with a sprint speed, then quickly swiped her card and rushed out of the shop with the water. Only the students who were queuing with a bewildered expression remained. "Is that the morning rain of class 1 just now? Looking at the afterimage, it seems like it's okay. Why are you looking so anxious? Maybe there's something urgent. Then you can't jump in the queue either. Can someone with good grades just jump in the queue randomly? I thought she had such high quality." "Stop talking, maybe they didn't mean to." Luo Feng, the president of the student union who was about to pay the bill, looked back at the two girls who were roast behind him. His eyes were dark and his voice of chatting with them gradually faded. Then he turned back and looked in the direction where the person had left. Before he could react, he saw a dark figure rushing in, and upon closer inspection, it looked like a messy-looking schoolgirl. He reached out to the nearby counter and handed her a bottle, then saw her quickly swipe her card and rush out. He seems to have been cut in line. He didn't understand why his younger sister was so anxious, and it seemed that she didn't notice him either. "Sorry, classmate. That classmate was too anxious just now. I asked her to pay first," the cashier explained to him with embarrassment. "I'm really sorry. Classmates. Oh, it's okay, Luo Feng regained his senses. "I know her, it's okay to cut in for a while." Morning Rain she, who was feeling unwell, had a headache that was about to crack. Her ears were filled with various sounds, including scolding, warning, and arguing, like boiling souls tormenting her senses. In front of her was a twisted object, a flickering face, flickering and jumping light and shadow, and a strange and varied scenery constantly hovering before her, like an entangled person that could not be rid of, unwilling to leave no matter how hard she waved her hand to drive away. She couldn't see the road clearly in front of her, so she could only stumble and grope forward. The restless emotions made her feel her heart beating with an overload. She fled to a sparsely populated corner, took out a medicine box from her pocket, and poured out 2 pills. Swallow the medicine with water. Slowly squatting in the corner, carefully holding oneself and burying his head in his arms. Curl your soul in the small paradise she created. The noise is an unstoppable pain, gnawing on her senses, devouring her unhealthy body and soul one by one. But soon, the barrenness of the air forced her to withdraw from the peach blossom land and breathe urgently. The dazzling sunlight passed through the forest window and met her eyes. She raised her hand to block it. The warmth brought by the sunshine flowed in her hands, and she slowly supported the wall and stood up, slowly opening her eyes. The golden sunlight shone in front of her, and she tentatively reached out her hand. The flowing light climbed onto her pale and slender hand. She curled her lips, tears of joy and sadness accumulating in her eyes. She reached out her other hand and gently held the gift from early spring. The peaceful early spring has no noise, just like her inner world and ears that are no longer noisy. Her eyelashes spread lightly, her eyebrows and eyes gradually relaxed, suppressing all the sadness in her eyes. Her expression tended to calm down. After confirming that there were no more hallucinations, she quietly escaped. She stepped on the dot and ran back to the classroom. On the first day of school, the teacher didn't really want to give a lecture, so he asked the students to preview their textbooks and went back to the office to correct their winter homework. It wasn't until she took off her school uniform and woolen cloak that she realized her school badge seemed to be missing. The disturbed person is unwilling to think carefully, as for when and where it fell. She couldn't remember anything either. Why is she panting so hard? Lin Xuran noticed that she had been panting since she returned. It's okay, it's just being chased, Chen Yushi said without blinking an eye. But someone as simple and foolish as Lin Xuran naturally took it seriously. WOC, really? It turns out that noble schools are so dangerous. Lin Xuran remembered that his father had tried every means to refuse to let him attend a foreign language school, but it turned out to be to protect him. Lin Xuran felt that people like Chen Yuxi would never lie. Moreover, both of his merchants are not very high, and he has always been very simple in listening to the words of smart people. It's okay, I can protect you from now on, Lin Xuran said with a righteous expression. Chen Yuxi gave him a disdainful look and watched as he came up with a big idea. She regretted deceiving him a bit. Drink some water first and calm down, Lin Xuran comforted her. After a while. What kind of grudges are they? He couldn't help but ask her. After a long struggle, he was still thinking about this matter. Morning Rain, she, who was reading a textbook, turned around and looked at him like an idiot. Oh, she doesn't want to talk. It could be some family feud or emotional debt. Lin Xuran just learned from his classmates that the morning rain and dawn are the flowers of the high mountains, and countless people have refused. Lin Xuran frowned deeply. It turns out that such a perfect person would carry such a big secret. Lin Xuran pretended to shake his head deeply, and after a while, he let out a sigh and began to deeply sympathize with his desk mate. That. Lin Xuran prepared to sidestep. Shut up. Chen Yuxi felt that if she didn't interrupt, things might get worse. Preparing textbooks, the disciplinary committee has been staring at us for a long time, Chen Yuxi whispered as a reminder. Lin Xuran turned his head and met the disciplinary committee member he ran. Then he silently turned his head again. He ran, who was chatting and laughing with him after class, now has an expression of wanting to kill him. What a two-faced person, why is it so clear between public and private? But how do you know he's staring at us? Lin Xuran watched as she was previewing her textbook. I opened my eyes behind me. Chen Yuxi began to spin off again. Cut, deceive. Lin Xiran didn't believe it. Chen Yuxi looked at him as if he was immune to knives and had no intention of restraining himself. Chen Yuxi is already familiar with He Ran's gaze. Last semester, she and Luo Xiao sat together. Every time Luo Xiao speaks, he can get He Ran's gaze. It is estimated that He Ran has already formed muscle memory by now. However, why does she always sit with Hua Lao? After class. Class monitor, someone is looking outside. A female classmate called out to the morning rain at the door. I'm here. After the morning rain, I only saw a slender figure standing sideways at the door. Classmate, what's up? Chen Yuxi looked at the unfamiliar person in front of her, and it seemed that the whole grade didn't have this person in her memory. It's okay. No, there's something, I'll return the school badge for you. Ouyang Lingnua felt a little regretful when she didn't recognize him. I bumped into you, right? Sorry, I didn't mean to. Oh, it's okay, I'm honest. Ouyang Lingnua wanted to show off his masculinity. The result was not satisfactory, as Chen Yuxi, as a straight woman, did not grasp the meaning he wanted to express. As long as it doesn't hurt you, thank you for giving me the school badge. Hey, it's just a matter of lifting a finger. Then I'll go do my homework first, Chen Yuxi responded with a shallow fake smile. Ouyang Lingnua wanted to talk about something else. Okay, I won't disturb you anymore. After Chen Yuxi stepped into the door, she caught a few classmates lying by the window watching the excitement. If you haven't seen enough, you can go out and see. Morning rain. She strode back to her seat. Luo Xiao and his desk mate chatted incessantly for a while, then carefully moved to Chen Yuxi's desk, squatted down, and lay on the corner of the table staring at her. Lin Xiran, who was drinking water, almost didn't spray the water when he saw it. Are all the people in this class so strange? Why? Chen Yuxi didn't look up, she calmly flipped over the homework paper. Xiao. She. Luo Xiao thought she was angry. Speak well. Chen Yuxi put down her pen and looked at her. Not angry. No, Chen Yuxi wondered, not feeling that she had shown any signs of anger. Really, Chen Yuxi doesn't want to have such a non-nutritious conversation with her anymore. If you have something to say, just say it. She pretended to be unhappy. So, was that guy just here to confess to you? No, they just came to return the school badge. Chen Yuxi admired their brain-boosting ability, and it was indeed a lack of nutrition, so she continued to do her homework. But I see he seems very disappointed. I thought he was rejected by you. Is there any? Maybe it's because I didn't kneel and thank them. Chen Yuxi didn't notice. Is there anything else? Chen Yuxi watched as she remained silent for another half-day. Xiaoxi, your love letter is still with me. When will you get it? Luo Xiao didn't know if such a thing could be said in public. Love letters. Where did they come from? Chen Yuxi expressed some distress. After listening to the excitement for a long time, Lin Xiran had already perked up his ears and quietly approached. Before you came, I didn't know who put it on your desk. When I helped you tidy up your desk, I helped you put it away. Luo Xiao suddenly approached and whispered in her ear. Little ghost, have you finished reading it? Morning rain. She had already guessed, and she pushed Luo Xiao's head away. You guessed it. I'm sorry Xiaoxi, I'm just too curious. Next time, I won't watch it again, Luo Xiao promised sincerely. Morning rain. She had a clear expression on her face and smiled contemptuously. She doesn't care, although Luo Xiao is talkative, he doesn't want to spread the content of the love letter too much. Alright, bring it to me. In no time, Luo Xiao ran over and respectfully presented the love letter. Morning rain. She was afraid of being noticed by others, so she quickly put those love letters into her desk pocket. She turned her head and saw Lin Xuran's furry head leaning against her, while his eyes were about to grow into her desk pocket. What, curious. Morning rain, she sneered at him. Lin Xuran was suddenly startled, and what he heard was, what, want to die? I don't want to die, I don't want to die, I haven't seen anything, I haven't heard anything. Lin Xuran took a cold breath. Chen Yushi ignored this idle person. Mu Qingyan behind Lin Xuran witnessed the entire process. He saw Lin Xuran carefully moving towards Chen Yuxi before, then quietly pressing his ear against it, and finally staring straight at the person. Mu Qingyan suppressed her smile until she covered her stomach and lay on the table, laughing silently and shedding tears. Yu Xianyi glanced at him next to him, then glanced at Chen Yuxi in front of him, and continued to write a new name. The morning rain and dawn were so indifferent, as if nothing had happened. Brother, how's it going? Have you talked to Zhihua yet? Yi Qi curiously leaned over and asked. That girl is so cold, she can't even get in touch. Just as she finished returning the things, she was about to leave and wouldn't say a word more. Normal, that's how people are. Famous for being aloof. But she looks pretty good when she smiles. They even smiled at you. Okay brother, there's no regret in dying. Yi Qi rarely saw Chen Yushi smile. Hey, what's the probability of me catching up with them? Well, that's it. Strictly speaking. It should be considered a very unlikely event, so it's impossible to find zhuzhuyuan.com. Why? Ouyang Lingnua was always confident in himself. You don't know them yet. Chen Yuxi consistently ranks first in her grade, serving as the vice president of the student union and also a level flower. There are many pursuers, but none of them have succeeded. Hey, I said this girl is so amazing. Ouyang Lingnua didn't expect to encounter an extremely difficult one as soon as he arrived. The product of elite education is excellent. People are still relatives of grade directors, and it is said that they are granddaughters of old principals. Yi Qi admired Ouyang Lingnua's innate confidence. I dare not be considered excellent. Your excellence is no longer useful. The school is very focused on early love, and they don't have the intention of dating either. Let's not fall in love, we can make friends or something. I'm not saying it, Lingnua, why do you really want to get to know someone else? The girl is trying to provoke you. I like you little man, you mind me. Ouyang Lingnua, who has lived abroad for a long time, has always been bold and confident. The first day of school quickly came to an end. Alright, on the first day of class today, I don't want to talk too much anymore. I'll leave you with a school start gift. The students below take a deep breath. Seeing that the desired effect was achieved, He Lin began his performance. Haha, what are you nervous about? The gift is the first one in our class to finish school today. Oh. The whole class cheered. Class 1's homeroom teacher He Lin is a student of grade teacher Chen Nan, with a rebellious personality, but his teaching quality is high. Grade director Chen Nan always wants to discipline He Lin, but when she sees a class that is far ahead of her, she always puts up with it. She often suspects that He Lin is coming back to retaliate against her old grudges of beating the Mandarin ducks. Chapter 1. All Encounters 4. You are listening at novelfull.audio. Ads by Google equals window. Ads by Google. Push, master, you're back. Papaya also did a good job of completing tasks today. When Chen Yuxi got off the passenger seat, Papaya stood at the door and bounced to greet her. Morning rain. She casually passed it and opened the door to enter. Papaya stood still, looking a bit pitiful. A few people from the back seat looked sympathetically at the neglected little robot. Lin Xuran smiled and touched its head. It's okay, Lin Xuran comforted. Are you making the owner angry? Otherwise, how could she ignore me? Papaya's display screen showed a disappointed expression. No, your master is just a bit tired. Mu Qingyan also touched its head, and in the car, he observed Chen Yuxi's tired expression. Go in, don't block the door, Yu Xianyi said. Papaya reluctantly twisted its way into the door. Master, I don't love papaya anymore, the papaya muttered as it walked. Yu Xianyi glanced at the low-spirited little robot, but didn't know how to comfort it. When they entered the door, the figure of Morning Rain she had disappeared. In the morning rain, she went upstairs and locked the room door. The dusk light seeped into the room, making it very dim. Without turning on the lights, she casually placed her bag on the sofa and dialed the phone. A melodious accompaniment surrounds the room, and the phone emits a faint glow. Hello, Xiaoxi, what's up? A clear male voice came from the other end of the phone. Dr. Bai, I'm feeling a bit uncomfortable this afternoon and my mental state is particularly dazed. This should be to reduce the production of medication. This medication cycle may not be suitable for you now. You should take the medication according to the previous doctor's advice. Come and see me for a follow-up check this week, Bai Hanliang said in a deep voice. His furrowed brow held up his worries and unease. Well, that's good. Is Saturday morning okay? Sure, bring the last test report with you. Don't worry, if there are any unexpected situations, please take a leave and come directly to me, Bai Hanliang said softly. He did not anticipate that reducing the frequency of medication for Chen Yuxi and increasing the interval between medication would result in such a situation, indicating that the condition was not stable. Excuse me, Dr. Bai. It's okay, you can rest first. After hanging up the phone, Bai Hanliang paced back and forth in the office with a heavy heart. He knew that Chen Yuxi had to reduce medication treatment, and that psychotropic drugs could no longer be her dependence. She must gradually quit now. But the sudden recurrence of the condition indicates that Chen Yuxi's condition has not improved due to medication, but has been concealed by the results of medication relief. On the other end, Chen Yuxi let out a heavy sigh. Not only the psychologist, but also herself thought that her illness was about to recover, and the chatter in her mind was about to subside. But after reducing the medication, she became increasingly aware of the existence of other personalities. I almost lost control of my mind. She weakly got up and turned on the light, flipping over her homework. Accidentally shaking out the love letter sandwiched in the homework. The envelope opening has been carefully cut by Luo Xiao. She unfolded her reading one by one. The letter narrates the winter vacation daily life of the writer, imbued with love and longing for their beloved through every detail. It doesn't look repulsive to people. Each letter has only a date at the end and no signature. Looking at Qingjuan's handwriting, Chen Yuxi guessed that the person who wrote the letter was a junior with no connections. There was no cheesy confession or frivolous words, but it still made her mood gradually happy, and she found little satisfaction in the words of appreciation and encouragement from others. She put the letter in the locked wooden cabinet. Please politely refuse again when we meet again. A crisp knock on the door sounded. The meal is ready, come down and eat. The gentle voice of Yu Xianyi outside the door. Okay, I'll be right there. Yu Xianyi lowered his head and looked at the robot standing next to him who was supposed to come and call for Chen Yuxi to eat. Look, your master is fine, she must not be angry. Yu Xianren was preparing to go downstairs when he turned around and saw Papaya still guarding the entrance of the morning rain. Are you not leaving? She will come down soon. I'll wait until the master comes out, Papaya said stubbornly. During the conversation, the morning rain and dawn had already opened the door. Hey, let's go Papaya, let's go down together. Papaya obediently followed behind its owner. What's wrong? Chen Yuxi realized that her mood was a bit low. Woo-woo, I thought the master didn't want me anymore. Fool, no one wouldn't want Papaya. Yu Xianyi, who was walking ahead, heard an imperceptible curve rise from the corner of his mouth. Oh Xiaoxi has come down. A woman in her 40s in the restaurant looked happy. Aunt Lu. Didn't she say she would come back in 2 days? Chen Yuxi was pleasantly surprised by her arrival. Aunt Lu is the nanny of the Chen family, and as she watched the Morning Rain grow up, she became particularly close to her. I originally had 2 days off, but I came home early to take care of it because I heard that the school was starting in the Morning Rain. I didn't just stay at home and have nothing to do, so I came early. I didn't expect Xiaoxi to have a few new friends. Aunt Lu was very happy that there were several children under the roof who were the same age as Chen Yuxi. Friend. Chen Yuxi was stunned and chuckled helplessly. A few boys seem to have established a good relationship with Aunt Lu and are actively serving dishes and rice. Xiaoxi, sit down and eat quickly. I'm sure I'm tired after studying all day. As soon as Chen Yuxi sat down, a large bowl of rice appeared in front of her. Chen Yuxi looked at Lin Xiran, who was giggling and serving her food with regret. Does this fool know that she doesn't eat staple food at night? I can't finish eating, you take it away. Morning Rain. She grabbed Lin Xiran running towards the kitchen. No, I see you're not in a good mood. If you're not in a good mood, you should eat more, Lin Xiran said confidently. Eating more food is particularly effective when he is in a bad mood. Humph, you're just. Chen Yuxi snorted in a muffled voice. Xiaoxi, what's wrong? Is today's meal not suitable? Aunt Lu looked at her with concern. It's over, the food will definitely not be poured back. It's okay. It fits very well, said Chen Yuxi with a gentle tone as she relaxed her furrowed brow. That's good, it's all done according to your preferences. At the dinner table, Aunt Lu happily picked up vegetables for a few children and took extra care of a large bowl of rice. Xiaoxi has lost weight again, oh, she needs to eat more. Aunt Lu actively helped her pick up some vegetables. Unlike Lu Yu's vegetable picking, due to Lu's nurturing kindness, Chen Yuxi could never escape Lu's concern. Chen Yuxi felt quite helpless and silently pulled the rice into her mouth. Aunt Lu, your craftsmanship is really good, Lin Xiran said from the bottom of his heart. When there was no nanny, it was often Chen Yuxi who cooked. Chen Yuxi herself didn't like to eat dinner, so she cooked less for dinner. Lin Xiran hadn't had a full meal for a long time. As long as you like to eat. Chen Yuxi glared at Lin Xiran upon hearing the words, but Lin Xiran didn't see it when he was focused on cooking. The other two of them saw it, and Chen Yuxi looked resentful as he forcefully stuffed food into his mouth. He couldn't help but chuckle softly. When the Morning Rain and Dawn reluctantly took their last bite of food, the people on the table had already finished their meal and were reading news in the living room. Aunt Lu, I'm full and I'm going up high, said Chen Yuxi to Aunt Lu as she wiped the table after putting the dishes in the dishwasher. Xiaoxi, are you really full? Aunt Lu knew that Xiaoxi usually eats a lot. She stopped and looked at the girl holding a whole plate of yogurt and asked. I'm full. Morning Rain. She fled in a hurry. Chen Yuxi walked to the living room, where the TV was showing the investigation process of the murder that occurred at the end of last year. Several TV viewers coincidentally looked at her. Come and sit down. Lin Xiran, sitting on the main sofa, offered her a seat to the side while reaching out to grab the yogurt from her hand. Who will give you a drink? If you want a drink, go get it yourself. Chen Yuxi patted his hand. Next time I ask you to serve me a meal, I'll be a dog, Chen Yuxi said angrily, then turned around and went upstairs. What's wrong with her? Lin Xiran was puzzled. A woman's thoughts are hard to guess. Who asked you to serve so much food for her? She hardly eats at night, didn't you notice? Mu Qingyan said with a smile. I know, but isn't she unhappy today? If she eats more, she will feel better. Lin Xiran has always followed this concept. That's you. After all, she's a girl. Can she be the same as you? Yu Xianyi felt some sympathy for Chen Yuxi. After all, she was just in the right mood and encountered something speechless. He turned his attention back to the case on TV. But I think she can still drink so much yogurt, she must not have eaten enough yet, right? Lin Xiran didn't believe it was her own fault. Mu Qingyan glanced at him and continued to watch TV. With further investigation of the case, the investigation team made significant discoveries. Several people were particularly focused on staring at the TV, silent and silent. The murder occurred last year near Christmas Eve in the neighboring market of Boyan. The victim was Fang Qinyu, the only daughter of the chairman of a jewelry foreign trade company, who was also the vice president of the company. The deceased was drugged and unconscious in their office before being injected with a large amount of drug by the killer, resulting in death. Then the killer sliced open his abdomen and placed 5 bags of white powder mixed with heavy metals on the victim's chest, stomach, lungs, intestines, and liver. He then sutured his abdomen and dragged the victim to the elevator entrance. The next morning, it was discovered by the cleaner. Suspiciously, the surveillance footage did not capture the perpetrator's entry and exit from the company, nor did it leave any fingerprints of the perpetrator. The most terrifying thing is that the killer has advanced and skilled techniques in dissecting and suturing, and may possess a considerable number of prohibited items. According to police investigation, the victim did not have any enemies and belonged to a social elite who was the heir of the family business, indicating that it may be the MTH murder incident. The MTH murder incident is a similar murder case that has occurred nationwide in recent years. The 3 letters MTH are often left near the death of the victim, and the victims are all heirs of well-known companies in the country. However, the incident had previously occurred in coastal southern cities, with only the one that occurred at the end of last year in the northern city of Bayan near Gontang. But in February of this year, a significant turning point was discovered and the police followed up with prohibited items as a clue. According to in-depth investigation, the family business where the deceased was located was actually a hidden smuggling trade hub, and the industrial chain behind it was excavated. The sudden situation in this case can be considered a huge reversal of the MTH murder case. Although previous investigations have often found tax evasion, unfair competition, or monopolistic behavior by large enterprises, the nature of this discovery is different and belongs to the worst nature so far. All family members of the victims were executed, the company was forcibly shut down by the state, and all its assets were confiscated. After the simulation animation of the crime scene and the introduction of the case, the atmosphere in the living room was particularly quiet. Lin Xiran spoke up and broke the heavy silence. "WOC, it seems that our family had cooperation with their company before," Lin Xiran said in horror. Lin Xiran's family is a well-known jewelry company in China, and their company had several collaborations with the involved company before the murder occurred. Your family is definitely just a legitimate jewelry transaction with their family. You didn't see the news that it said it had already hit the subsequent industry chain. If something happened to your family, you wouldn't be able to sit here and read the news. Yu Xianyi calmly retorted. Yes, and their company must use foreign trade transactions as a cover-up. Your family will definitely not be affected, Mu Qingyan analyzed. However, how did MTH know that Fang's company was privately selling prohibited goods? Lin Xiran was very puzzled. The prohibited items left by the killer in the victim's body are like a hint to the police to investigate in the direction of smuggling. Large companies may have some problems to some extent, and MTH may not have been aware of this hidden line before taking action, or had already known about the Fang family's industrial chain and intentionally diverted the investigation direction from the case itself to the smuggling of prohibited goods. Yu Xianqi felt that this was just a coincidence. But this case did indeed cause a significant blow to the trafficking of prohibited goods, and perhaps MTH is not entirely a retaliatory measure against society. Mu Qingyan's attitude towards MTH has slightly changed. Yu Xianyi sneered and spoke up to expose the whitewashed crime. Oh, this is completely exploiting the mentality of the majority of people towards wealth. The victims are mostly the heirs of the enterprise. If there are any problems with the enterprise itself, it will lead to the outbreak of the mentality of the majority of people towards wealth, thinking that the deceased deserves it. However, the social nature of this case is actually bad. Most of these enterprises are related to the lifeline of the country's economy, and now small enterprises of the same type do not have enough ability to replace them. Therefore, the impact on the enterprise will immediately affect the economic security of the entire country. As for us people, the economic impact may soon cause turbulence in our economic life. This situation is very serious, so we cannot stand on the side of the culprit, nor on the side of the people. We should stand on the side of the country. Look at it. The situation of the Fang family this time is just a special case, and we cannot generalize and ignore the inherent evil of the case. Yu Xianqi calmly stated the pros and cons. Wow, that makes sense. Lao Xian, I remember you didn't study politics. Lin Xiran was deeply impressed by his concept. Indeed, you have considered more comprehensively than me. Mu Qingyan recognized the malicious nature of the MTH murder case. Moreover, this organization is a purposeful murder. For the smuggling group Fang Enterprise, if they really want to expose the company with justice in mind, they can easily pick on the CEO or chairman of the Chinese company. However, they chose Fang Qinyu, the only vice president in the company who does not participate in smuggling and sales, simply because he is the future heir of the company. Only such a clean person in the entire company was killed, and MTH is really inhumane. Yu Xianqi felt sad and indignant for the first time about someone else's death. The remaining two people fell silent. Indeed, the murder of the most innocent person, the only person in the family who opposes smuggling and does not participate in it, and the cleanest person is undoubtedly a tragic and indignant result. In the morning rain, I went upstairs and saw a servant with a hunched back sweeping the floor in the hallway. This person is wearing a mask and gloves on their hands. Looking at the appearance, Chen Yuxi didn't have such a servant in her impression, and it would be 2 days before the servant resumed work. Aunt Lu made it clear in advance, but this person's appearance was very suspicious, and all the servants knew that they couldn't clean the second floor without her permission. So, why is this person here? Who asked you to come up? Chen Yuxi asked her. The woman was stunned for a few seconds and spoke in panic. It was Sister Lu Yu who called me to come early to clean up. She said she would come early to clean up after the Chinese New Year. Don't you know? You can't clean the second floor without my permission, said Chen Yuxi in a tone that was not friendly. Perhaps it's because I just started working this year and Sister Lu Yu hasn't told me yet. I'm very sorry, Mississippi. I was just cleaning the stairs when I saw that the floor on the second floor was not very clean, so I swept it by the way. I didn't mean to offend you, the servant said respectfully. Chen Yuxi paused for a moment, not wanting to make things difficult for a newly hired person, so she said, "All right, you go down. We won't clean up today, let's go back and rest." After watching her go downstairs, Chen Yuxi quickly walked to the room, unlocked the door with her fingerprint, and entered. Papaya. Morning rain, she called out to the robot watching TV. The TV also shows the investigation process of the murder case from a year ago. What's wrong, little master? Papaya paused the TV. Is that servant outside new? Chen Yuxi still had doubts in her heart. Master, is that the one who cleans the stairs? It seems that when the papaya went upstairs, the servant was indeed cleaning the stairs. She came to report today and said it was introduced by Sister Lu Yu. Papaya is seeing her for the first time, and it's normal that the owner doesn't know her. Papaya turned on the TV again. Oh, but how do you watch news as a robot? Don't you all know? Chen Yuxi only knows that Papaya usually watches cartoons to relieve stress. As a butler robot, Papaya also has the function of broadcasting news, so there's really no need to watch news. Papaya knows the news, but Papaya is very curious about this criminal incident and wants to know more, Papaya answered truthfully. Chen Yuxi sat down and watched the host and police investigation into the murder case with Papaya. She felt a faint sense of unease. Just under this eaves, there are two individuals who meet the murder criteria of the MTH organization, and the previous case occurred in a nearby city, so there is no reason for Chen Yuxi not to worry. Gontang City has a developed economy with various types of large enterprises, but almost all industry heirs are still studying, and most of them are studying in foreign language schools. There is a high probability that accidents will happen to her classmates at the same school. She still decided to call Lu Yu and ask about the new servant. "Hello, Lu Yu, did you arrange for the servant to come over?" "What kind of servant?" She became visibly nervous, but still spoke calmly. "A new woman wearing glasses." Oh, I arranged it a year ago." "What's wrong, is it bothering you, or do you not like it?" "No, I'll just ask you, it looks unfamiliar to me." "Alright, hang up, I'm resting now." "It's going to be 10 o'clock, go to bed quickly." Lu Yu looked at the hung-up phone and was stunned for a while. She had already gone to work before telling the new maid when to start work. Ringing bell, it's Monday morning, March 2nd at 7 o'clock. Today's temperature is 27, and the weather is cloudy. Papaya woke up the morning rain as usual on time. The morning rain dazzled the eyes. Today's task. Papaya muttered incessantly for a while, but the morning rain and dawn were mostly unheard of. "Master, wake up quickly. We're going to school," Papaya said anxiously as she saw her still feeling confused. Oh. Morning rain and half of the drowsiness brought by sleeping pills, separated from the body and soul, went in to wash up. After washing my face with cold water, I woke up a bit. After she changed her clothes and came out, there was no longer the figure of Papaya in the room. She was holding her backpack and yawning as she went downstairs. Mu Qinyan and Yuzianin have already had breakfast at the restaurant. "Morning." She nodded in response to the two of them. After everyone finished breakfast, Lin Xuran hurriedly ran down. "We've been waiting for a long time, let's go." Lin Xuran rushed out with breakfast in a panic, and the dark blue in his eyes was particularly noticeable. Mu Qinyan and Yu Xianyi exchanged a glance, silently understanding each other. After getting on the car, there was a deep silence inside. Only Lin Xuran stuffed this sandwich into his mouth. When the driver, Uncle Chen, saw him wolfing down his food, he couldn't help but smile and say, "Don't worry, there are still 20 minutes left. Take your time and don't choke." Looking at Lin Xuran's unattractive eating behavior in the mirror, Chen Yuxi took a breath to calm her mood, then flipped out a bottle of water and handed it to the person behind her. "Here, you are really sent by God to torture me." "Thank you. Thank you." He spoke vaguely. After finishing the sandwich, he poured water in big gulps and suddenly slammed on the brakes. Lin Xuran, who had not fastened his seatbelt, rushed to the front of the car with water, and Mu Qinyan quickly caught him. The water in the bottle splashed down as Lin Xuran poured it down. Lin Xuran. All the remaining water in the bottle spilled onto the passenger seat. Water stains extend from hair to pants. Yu Xianyi sighed and, together with Mu Qinyan, pulled Lin Xuran back. Sorry. "Miss, it's my fault. I brake too quickly, blame me," said Uncle Chen with guilt. No, Uncle Chen, my fault, it's me." "Alright, that's enough, let's drive first." If Chen Yuxi didn't interrupt, it was likely that the two of them would continue apologizing in a loop. The car continued to drive smoothly again. Two people kept stealing glances at the passenger seat. "Give me the blanket at the back," Chen Yuxi said after wiping it with paper. Yu Xianyi handed her the blanket behind her. Then she kept wrapping herself in a blanket and went to school. "Miss, why don't I go back and bring you a set of clothes?" "No need, it's already dry." Chen Yuxi pulled off the blanket and got off the car with her bag. There are several deep water stains on the red school uniform and cloak. The few people following behind looked at the exceptionally normal morning rain and dawn. You can argue with the other girl. No, they all said it was an accident. What a pitiful girl. Why didn't you sleep well? The topic quickly returned to the right track. It's all because of that murder case. I was worried all night and had a dream of being there. WOC will tell you later. A few people were stopped outside the school gate while speaking. Classmates, why don't you guys wear school uniforms? Which class, what's their name? Chen Yuxi walked along, looked back, and silently retreated back. Our class's transfer students don't have school uniforms yet, said Chen Yuxi with a warm smile. The girl on duty raised her eyebrows in surprise and then let go, said Chen Shuejia in her class. Chen Yuxi is the vice chairman of the student union and also familiar with the on-duty students in the student union. Excuse me, senior, excuse me, the person next to me quickly said. It's okay, it's okay. Just figure it out. Junior students are quite responsible. After turning around, in a moment, he regained his usual indifferent expression. Xiaoxi, when can we go get our school uniforms? Lin Xuran followed lightly. Qin Yushi was slightly stunned and turned to glare at him. I'm still angry, don't talk to me. Miss, as for what? I was wrong, don't be angry. Morning rain and she ignored him, walking faster. Do you think so? Lin Xuran reluctantly shrugged. Xiaoxi. Chen Yuxi was pushed back a few steps by the person rushing towards her hoping to hug her. I didn't even see you yesterday. Morning rain and dawn pulled the speaker apart. Alright, class is about to begin. Let go of me. Female goose, I haven't seen you for a winter vacation. Why are you so cold? Don't you love your old mother anymore? Get lost. If you take advantage of me again, I'll sew my mouth on you. Chen Yushi pulled off Tang Yuan's hand, which she had been caressing. Don't be angry, they just haven't seen you for a long time and miss you too much. Shut up, you're just craving my body, you're despicable. Female goose, why do you say that about me? It makes me so sad. Tang Yuan exaggeratedly wiped away her tears. You don't understand me at all. Not only do I cling to your body, but I also crave your face. You came just in time, take her away. Chen Yuxi grabbed the boy who was approaching and handed Tang Yuan to him. Female goose, female goose. Woo. Duan Xingchen covered her mouth. I'm causing you trouble. Duan Xingchen dragged the struggling person away. Chen Yushi watched as the two of them walked further and further away, and smiled slightly. Sure enough, there was only Duan Xingchen in this world who could conquer Tang Yuan. Why, do you recognize your godmother? Lin Xuran ran up to her after watching the play. The morning rain didn't seem to see him. Yu Xianyi pulled the talkative person back. A few people walked to the first class within a few steps, and before they could sit down, Dawn Rain saw something on their table. Upon closer inspection, it was chocolate. The exquisitely packaged chocolate lay on her clean desk, particularly eye-catching. She would rather be mistaken. There are still a few minutes left until morning reading, and Chen Yuxi plans to figure it out. She waved at Luo Xiao. What's wrong? Who put this? Chocolate. I don't know, I came 2 minutes earlier than you. I didn't see who put it. Maybe it's the person who sent you a love letter yesterday. Impossible. How could it not be possible? What if someone gradually and step by step guides you? She didn't know at first glance, so she didn't delve into the root cause. She thought about throwing it away, but hesitated for a moment, still feeling that waste was not good. Stopped someone in front of me who was preparing for a lengthy speech. Alright, stop talking and pick one to take away. Hee, thank you Xiaoxi. Luo Xiaoshan walked half a box. Chen Yushi didn't have much mood to eat, so she finished dividing the food for the people around her. Thank you. Meiqiang smiled and took it, slightly raising her eyebrows and sighing inwardly that Chen Yuxi was really popular. Thank you. Yu Xianyi took the chocolate expressionlessly, but he didn't really like it either. Out of politeness and embarrassment, he refused other people's kindness and put it in the drawer. Finally, Lin Xiran was also given one. Thank you, are you not angry anymore? Miss, please be more tolerant and accommodating towards me. I am clumsy, so please don't argue with me. Watching the morning rain and she ignoring him, Lin Xiran pouted. After morning reading, the first class is mathematics. Classmates, there was no formal class yesterday. I hope everyone can fully devote themselves to learning today. WOC, why is it all English on the PPT, isn't it math class? Let's look at this example together, did you notice anything? Bilingual classroom. WOC, I'm dead. Xiaoxi, help me, what does the pro rata above mean? In proportion, said Morning Rain she in a low voice, leaning slightly towards him. Oh. Lin Xiran smiled calmly, although he still didn't understand the question, he knew that Chen Yuxi was no longer angry. The class was just started, and even humans have just died. Lin Xiran struggled through a class. Meiqiang and Yu Xianyi could barely understand. Yushi, how many bilingual courses are there? Meiqiang asked tentatively. Except for sports, English, art, music, everything else. My goodness, take my life. It's okay, most of the time the teacher will provide a translator. So. The math teacher is an exception. They are overseas returnees, and it is common for them to speak all English. Moreover, in her English class, she can also learn pure English pronunciation. No way, math class is already painful enough, why is it all in English? It doesn't matter, if you can't adapt, you can go to class 5. What class is class 5? Mingji class 5 is also comprehensive and does not have bilingual classrooms. But most of them are trainees. Shen Sun, the on-duty student who was cleaning the blackboard, turned around and added. Ah, yes, it doesn't seem like you're going, Chen Yuxi realized under the reminder. What is a special trainee? There are also a few students in our class who have targeted training in various fields, explained Chen Yushi. Yes, your desk mate is just one, Shen Sun joked. WOC, what are you from? Your desk mate is versatile. Shen Sun patted the chalk ash on his hand and prepared to leave. To be honest, he had actually seen Chen Yuxi in almost all fields of special training programs before, but for some reason, she didn't add any. Hey, Shen Sun, don't leave. Find Shuyuan www.zhaoshuyuan.com to show me this chemistry question. Chen Yushi took out a wet towel and pointed it out to him. Did you buy a new question? He naturally took it and wiped his hands. I bought it early, but I haven't made it yet. Take a look at this condition again, it's a bit obscure. The titration jump range is small. Explain, is it a weak acid? Yeah, you can check the selection of this indicator again. Oh, I understand. Smart, I'm leaving. Okay, thank you. Chen Yushi buried her head in the question. Miss, what kind of trainee are you? Lin Xiran asked curiously, and after discussing for a while, they couldn't come to a conclusion. I didn't hear him say that I am an all-rounder, and all-rounders don't need special training, Chen Yushi casually evaded him. Really, I'll rely on you from now on. Lin Xiran saw Gan Lin like a person in the desert. After calculating the general process, I won't continue writing. I don't deserve it. My grades really don't deserve it, I don't deserve to teach you. Chen Yushi saw their persona and hourly grades on their profile before. There are several entries in the persona of Meiqiang and Yu Xianyi that are related to good grades, except for Lin Xiran, who is a stupid handsome guy. mute handsome guy, and his glaring grade sheet. Our class only has a few trainees from the national team, and the others are not. Either there is no clear goal, or everyone feels that the trainees' future choices are too limited and they want to have more opportunities to try and develop. The national team, what national team is it? Stop asking, take out your English dictionary and take a look. This class is still math. Ah, it's disappointing. Chapter 1. All Encounters 5. You are listening at novelfull.audio. Ads by Google equals window. Ads by Google. Push. After another math class, the whole school welcomed the opening ceremony. Morning Rain she watched as her grandfather and aunt took turns giving speeches for the new semester in the auditorium, feeling uncertain for a moment. Then it was the turn of outstanding student representatives from each grade to give speeches. The representative for the third year of high school was the student union president Luo Feng. His speech was as usual formal, and as soon as Qin Yushi heard it, he knew whether he had searched online or just searched last night. She is well aware that Luo Feng will never waste time without meaning. Then arrived at the representative of the second year of high school, Luo Feng got off the stage and handed the microphone to the host, then waved to her and asked her to prepare on stage. Chen Yuxi felt the gaze of those around her fall on her. Seeing that she didn't move, Luo Xiao pushed her with his elbow and whispered, "Up, Chen Yuxi, it's your turn." Chen Yuxi smiled lightly and said, "It's not me. What am I going up for?" In the blink of an eye, Luo Xiao saw Zishu Wenmo from the neighboring class walking towards the podium. Standing next to him, Luo Feng awkwardly withdrew his outstretched hand and looked at Chen Yuxi. As he withdrew, Zishu Wenmo, who had walked quickly, stepped forward and gave him a high five. Luo Feng quickly reacted and hit his shoulder in agreement, then lightly tapped the other person's back, looking very familiar. "WOC, I hit it, hit it." Luo Xiao's voice exploded in Qin Yushi's ear. Morning Rain and She Face covered their ears in pain. "By the way, shouldn't it be you?" Luo Xiao asked curiously. Qin Yushi was also curious why everyone thought it was her. She asked, "Why must it be me? Isn't Zishu Wenmo excellent?" Luo Xiao seemed to be stopped and remained silent for a long time. In Luo Xiao's silence and the gaze of those around her just now, Chen Yuxi suddenly understood that she was the granddaughter of the principal and the niece of the grade director. So as a student with good grades, the reason why she will inevitably come on stage is not because of excellence, but because of her status. Qin Yushi sneered and said calmly, "Let him handle the trouble of giving a speech on stage. I'm not willing to go." She was originally chosen as the representative for the second year of high school, and she was too lazy to waste time preparing, so she entrusted this task to Zishu Wenmo. "We Xiaoxi are so excellent, we will definitely become representatives next year." Luo Xiao thought it was because she was not selected that she said so, so he comforted her. Zishu finished his speech with a smile after hearing Mo calmly finish the nonsense he didn't believe himself. The representative of the first year of high school was also a boy. He smiled and shook hands with the first two seniors. When he took the microphone from Zishu Wenmo's hand, a fleeting disappointment and disgust flashed in his eyes. "This junior is amazing. Which class is he from?" Luo Xiao excitedly asked Chen Yuxi. She knew that Chen Yuxi had unforgettable skills and vaguely felt that this handsome guy was familiar with her. "Did you forget? The class we had a debate competition with last semester was the best debater. I remember you said before that no matter how beautiful it was, you couldn't be fooled by the enemy. After it was over, you asked me for their contact information. Oh, it's him. Oh, do you see and love each other, and forget each other? Ha ha ha, I can't fit so many men in my mind. You understand." Luo Xiao, whose mind was full of men, laughed wildly. Morning Rain she looked at Qi Jinyun, a young student with a clear and upright demeanor on the stage. If she guessed correctly, it was the owner of yesterday's love letter. But they didn't have much contact, I really don't know how they noticed her, and when did it start? What reason should she find to refuse? She usually dies the most brain cells in such situations. As the more than an hour-long opening ceremony came to an end, Luo Feng took over the microphone and added, as the pressure of studying in the third year of high school increases, the members of the school's student union are about to withdraw. The selection will be based on the first monthly exam results, with regular grades and moral qualities as the main focus, and humanistic qualities as a supplement. Cheer up, classmates. I am waiting for you at Ideal University, and Morning Rain she is waiting for you at the student union. I hope everyone can actively sign up. Chui's Morning Rain made she look bewildered. Ha ha ha, the chairman still likes to call your name as usual, but the chairman is so shrewd. What is shrewd? He mentioned you, which can attract more people to join the student union. Bored. Morning Rain she rolled her eyes. To be honest, it is indeed useful. Morning Rain, is she from the student union? Ouyang Lingnua's eyes lit up. Big brother, I told you before yesterday, Yi Qi smiled. Then I also want to join. Then come on, that's a place where people don't spit out bones. Yi Qi patted the shoulder of the person next to him, admiring this persistent spirit. After the ceremony, she glanced at her watch and saw that there were still 8 minutes left until the last class in the morning. Chen Yuxi did not go back directly. Luo Xiao, you go back first. I have something else to do. Oh, good. Morning Rain she walked to the wall at the south gate of the school, glanced at her watch, and waited for 2 minutes. Then, a rustling sound came from the other side of the wall. Then I saw a person climbing over the wall, confidently jumping off and looking up to see her. WOC, you're scaring me to death. Wang Ziyu was almost scared out of his wits. What are you squatting on me for, Xiaoxi? Guess you're going to climb over the wall and come in on time, it's always at this point. Are you coming in for lunch and then taking an afternoon class? Oh, there's no such thing as every day. I just occasionally overslept today. How about I treat you to dinner today, Yushi? Don't bribe me, I enforce the law impartially. Ha ha ha, you said it so seriously, but I still haven't remembered my name once. I know you're the best, let's go back to class quickly. Wang Ziyu said, dragging Chen Yuxi away. Chen Yuxi watched as she still smiled heartlessly, arrogantly and openly, and then had no complaints. Since one time she checked for smoking, she discovered this holy land of climbing over walls. When she had free time, she would squat down and could always catch a few. Wang Ziyu is a habitual offender, always climbing over the wall during the break of a class before lunch. I just didn't expect that on the second day of school, she would dare to do the same. In the afternoon, the school student union held a regular meeting to discuss the resignation of senior high school students. Most senior high school students served as department heads or deputy heads, and the outcome of the discussion was that the department heads who were to be replaced by deputy heads of each department were about to resign. Departments where both the department heads and deputy heads had left would have internal elections after recruiting new members, and the members of the student union would vote to select them. The president of the student union resigns, and all members of the student union or newly joined students can run for election. The top 3 candidates will be selected from within the student union, and the first candidate will be selected from among the 3 candidates by the entire school to serve as the president of the student union. After the meeting, Luo Feng called out for the Morning Rain. Yushi, what was so strange about you at the convenience store yesterday? Did you feel unwell? Yesterday, were you also at the convenience store yesterday? Well, you also joined my team. I'm really sorry, it's not very comfortable, so I'm a bit anxious. It's okay, it's okay. How's your health? If you're feeling unwell, don't hold on and go home to rest. It's already much better. Thank you, senior, for your concern. Take good care of yourself and don't show off. Got it, has the senior been recommended abroad yet? Well, I may have to go early and leave around the end of May. Okay, I'll go see you off then, Chen Yuxi said earnestly as she looked at his eyebrows and eyes. Just have your words. The position of the president of the student union is waiting for you, come on. I believe in you. Luo Feng smiled lightly. Chen Yuxi quietly breathed a sigh of relief, as long as she hadn't been noticed. It's just that Senior Luo Feng is leaving, and she inexplicably feels the sadness of parting with an old friend. Luo Feng is considered a senior who is both a brother and a friend to her. They were also from the same junior high school, and they were the only ones who stood out for her under campus bullying, perhaps as a life-saving gesture. When the two reunited again, they both changed their appearance, but they both tacitly did not mention that unforgettable time. Morning Rain and Shiga felt grateful to Luo Feng, and those gentle waiting times could always ease and cover up some of the past pain. So although she is somewhat indifferent in her way of life, she is mostly gentle. It should be considered as learning from Luo Feng. The two walked to the door, while Zishu, Wen Mo, and Luo Xiao stood by the door, seemingly waiting for the morning rain. Okay, then I'll go. You guys go back to class, Luo Feng said goodbye to the people in front of him. Chen Yuxi was sandwiched between two people, chatting incoherently. Most of the time, it was Luo Xiao and Zishu who were listening to Mo, while Chen Yuxi listened. Suddenly, Zishu heard the ink and said, "Is chocolate delicious?" Chen Yuxi hesitated for a moment, confirming that he was talking to herself. Did you give it to me? Well, how does it taste? Zishu when Mo knew she liked to eat chocolate. You ask her, it fell into her belly. Chen Yuxi pointed to the person next to her. Luo Xiao smiled shyly. It's okay, everyone eats the same. It's strange to say, I don't know who it is. The chocolate was placed on my table this morning, but I don't like it, so I brought it to you. Zishu when Mo calmly explained the reason. No, it's someone else's intention. Do you still pass it on? That girl must be sad. Chen Yuxi secretly felt sad for that girl. They wrote me a note, but I don't know who it is. I don't want to, but I really don't eat chocolate. And if I knew that handwriting, I would definitely refuse. Can you help me take a look? Zishu when Mo knew that Chen Yuxi was an unforgettable person, and he said he might recognize that handwriting. Okay, you go back and send it to me. Chen Yuxi's curiosity was aroused. When I returned to class, there was a biology teacher who was quarantined, and the school had not yet arranged a substitute teacher, so everyone was attending self-study. The discipline of Class 1 has always been good. When Dawn Rain and Dawn returned to the classroom was quiet, and the biology representative In Ci sat on the podium doing homework. Chen Yuxi had just finished her homework when In Ci ran down to ask her a question. Class monitor, would you like to take a look at this question? Haven't you learned this yet? Morning Rain she frowned slightly. I was afraid of taking the monthly exam, so I self-taught in advance. Please help me take a look. In Ci looked at her with a starry eye. In Ci also knew that Chen Yuxi had completed high school courses on her own ahead of schedule, so she was certain that she would do it. Okay. The answer is similar to what you wrote, but this blank is missing one possibility. You can check it again. Okay, thank you, class monitor. I'll take a look. In Ci ran back with his homework in a daze. Chen Yuxi felt he ran gaze again, the disciplinary committee member is really responsible. Lin Xiran was completely unaware and turned his head to talk to her. Xiaoxi, why are you learning so fast? I haven't finished my previous book yet, and you've already learned half of this one. Take your time. She has been progressing at such a speed and doesn't feel fast. What should I do? I can't keep up, Lin Xiran wailed. Yuxi, when will the monthly exam be? Mu Qingyan asked softly with her head down. The end of this month, estimated the Morning Rain and Dawn. Ah, I wasn't smart before, but I can't keep up now. I'm dead. Lin Xiran's voice was a bit loud. Lin Xiran and Luo Xiao, stop talking and remember your name when you speak again. Luo Xiao, who was passionately communicating with his desk mate, was frightened and lay motionless on the table. Lin Xiran, who was doing an emo, was so scared that he took a deep breath. Chen Yuxi and Mu Qingyan pretended to be calm and started doing their homework. Yu Xianyi glanced at the three people who were feeling guilty and all lowered their heads to do their homework, chuckled and shook their heads helplessly. Yin Ci on the podium looked at the two people who were named and smiled awkwardly. He sat on the podium, focused on pondering problems, and didn't even notice their speeches. He Ran's attendance made it seem that he was not fulfilling his duties. The busy day is coming to an end under the guidance of the homeroom teacher. But Lin's face was not good, and his attitude was vastly different from usual, with a very serious and uneasy expression on his face. Everyone must pay attention to safety recently and travel together. Don't be alone. Don't go to unfamiliar places, don't answer unfamiliar calls. Got it. It's been very unsafe lately, everyone must be careful. Wherever you go, you must report to your parents and don't hang out all day. Lin finished these words abnormally. Chen Yuxi frowned, knowing that something must have happened, otherwise Lin wouldn't have said these words. Mu Qingyan and Yu Xianyi also faintly sensed the danger. Despite everyone's questioning, Lin still did not reveal a single word about what had happened. After school, as soon as Chen Yuxi left, she was blocked at the door. Xiaoxi, I'll drive you back today, said the emerging teaching director Chen Nan solemnly. What about Uncle Chen? I've already told him, you can come with me with peace of mind. A few people obediently followed behind Chen Nan like chicks. As they passed by the school gate, several people were surprised to find that it was already blocked and almost all famous luxury cars were gathered here. They followed Chen Nan's Bentley and drove out through the back door of the school. The first time sitting in the car of the grade teacher, several boys were a bit nervous and uneasy. Auntie, what happened? Morning Rain she saw that almost all the parents at the school gate had come to pick up the students, indicating that something terrifying had happened. She asked the parents to come and escort their children's safety. Although it is not entirely certain yet, there has indeed been another murder case in Boyan City. Chen Nan paused for a moment and then spoke heavily, a boy was murdered. The breathing of several people in the car inevitably became heavy. And these past 2 days, it was said that MTH had committed the crime, so there was a huge panic in Boyan, Gontang, and several surrounding cities. The family was very worried about your children, so they asked me to personally pick them up. The security guards on patrol at home will double tomorrow. Don't worry too much. The police investigation has been strengthened, and many elite troops have been transferred. We plan to conduct a large-scale search and solve the entire MTH gang in Boyan. Moreover, many elites in Gontang City have applied for police protection, so criminal incidents should not occur in Gontang. Chen Yuxi did not take over, and her concept has always been different from others. She believes that life and death are predetermined, and there is nothing that can be avoided. Some things cannot be avoided whether they occur or not, and no amount of protection is useless. So the topic shifted. That uncle should be very busy. Oh my, he fell off with just one command. It's been half a month since we last saw each other, let alone now. I hope we can catch the culprit soon and everyone is safe. Well, I will pray for my uncle every day, Chen Yuxi continued according to Chen Nan's heart. Xiaoxi has a heart, God listens to the prayers of devout people the most. Most of the Chen family are Christian believers, and Chen Nan was very happy to hear it. Hey, do you guys still adapt to Class 1? When I transferred over, I didn't see your grades, and I don't know how your foundation is. Will it be a bit difficult for you to keep up in Class 1? It's a bit difficult, Mu Qingyan said conservatively. The progress of learning is different from before, I feel like I have fallen behind a lot. I really can't keep up, Lin Xiran said bitterly. Yu Xianyi didn't speak, he felt that in such an occasion, if he felt he could keep up and handle it with ease, he would be beaten by the other two. That's a bit troublesome. Previously, Xiaoxi's father just told me to transfer you to Xiaoxi's class. Chen Yuxi's face darkened and she turned her head. The glass in the passenger seat reflected her displeased expression. She always feels inexplicable about her father's arrangements. You didn't tell me about your situation either. After all, Class 1 from another school is one of the top students in the city, and it's not enough for you to delay Class 1. The children in the car, whether they were good or not, remained silent. It turned out that Director Chen Nan was most concerned about the honor of the first class. Which class will I transfer you to? Chen Nan pondered while driving. How about going to Class 3? The combination of Class 3 is the same as Class 1, but the foundation and progress are slightly worse than Class 1. Chen Nan thought of something and suggested. But the grades of Class 3 are very average, sometimes the average score and excellent rate are on par with Class 1. They should be the same as they are now, unable to keep up with the pace. Chen Yushi poured cold water mercilessly. Which class are they suitable for? I'm not sure, otherwise we'll wait until the first monthly exam results come out. Let's talk about it. In fact, Chen Yuxi has roughly understood their scores, but she thinks it would be strange to say it out loud. After all, she didn't know it through formal channels. Well, that's a good idea. Let's talk about it later. Lin Xuran breathed a sigh of relief in secret. Being able to dodge for a while is temporary. Shortly after, the car arrived at the Tongzhai Imperial Courtyard, and the security guard at the entrance stopped the seemingly unfamiliar car. Auntie, just leave us here. No, it's still a dozen minutes walk. It's not safe until we get home. Chen Yuxi smiled helplessly, pressed down the car window and poked her head out, saying, Courtyard 11, owner Chen Yuxi. Please let your relatives' cars pass and leave in more than 10 minutes. Miss Chen. Oh, okay. The electronic door at the entrance slowly opened, and the car drove into the door. You can still hear the respectful greeting from the security guard behind the car. Tongzhai Royal Courtyard, I give you an unparalleled home. Mu Qinyan saw from the rearview mirror that the security guard behind was bowing neatly to bid farewell. He felt inexplicably suppressed, and no one seemed to notice it except him, or rather they were all accustomed to such things. In the car, there was an unbroken silence, and he could only see the indifferent expression of morning rain and dawn from the glowing glass of the front window. He chuckled self-deprecatingly, hating such a lofty existence. Even if he had more contact, he couldn't see through the so-called wealthy. A strong sense of inferiority overwhelmed his other senses. Until the car had already entered the yard, Lin Xuran urged him to open the door and get off the car, and he finally withdrew from the low mood. Xiaoxi, wait a moment, Chen Nan called out to her. After seeing others enter the door, Chen Yuxi asked, is there anything else that Auntie needs to advise? Be careful lately. Our family has arranged a few bodyguards for you, who will follow you except during class. If you encounter danger, shout loudly. Chen Yuxi imagined it for a moment, inexplicably feeling that the travel scene was terrifying, with 3 inside and 3 outside surrounding her, who was thin and small. Isn't this scene as terrifying as a murder case? No need, Auntie. I really don't need it anymore. It's too ostentatious. It's okay, you can't see them normally. They're not close bodyguards. Qinyushi thought for a moment and felt that it was a bit like the dark guards of ancient nobles. Also, I have already sent my grandfather back to his old house today. If there is a case involving Gontang, our family will send you back as soon as possible. You need to be prepared. Morning Rain Shi's expression was numb, unable to tell if she had actually listened. This is also for your own good, Chen Nan was right. Chen Yushi is indeed the most dangerous one in the Chen family. Well, I got it. She had no choice but to change the things discussed at home. Okay, I'm leaving. If you have anything, just call me. Auntie, walk slowly. Morning Rain, she waved at the car as she left. She pushed the door in and saw that everyone was already setting up dishes. She handed her backpack to the sofa, washed her hands, and prepared to eat. A few children were quietly picking up rice on the dining table, while Lu Yu and Aunt Lu were having dinner in the kitchen. Mu Qingyan was eating while looking at the kitchen, separated by a layer of glass, with two different identities. Find Shuyuan www.zhaoshuyuan.com, maybe he shouldn't be here either. Qinyushi knew what he was looking at again, but she didn't speak. Oh, is it true that there will be equestrian classes the day after tomorrow on that schedule? Lin Xuran's expression was vivid. Well, go to the racetrack. So cool, I just heard about it before, but now I'm about to experience it firsthand. At night, as soon as Morning Rain and she finished their homework, Zishu heard the news from Mo. She clicked on it, and it was a picture with clear handwriting on a sticky note. On the sticky note, there are several neat and beautiful words that read: "Chocolate brought from a foreign trip, specially for you to taste." The handwriting of Chen Yuxi happened to belong to someone she knew, and she quickly recognized it as the handwriting of Sun Qiue from Class 2. A lively and gentle little girl, and also the deputy director of the literary department of the student union. Her handwriting is beautiful and distinctive. Morning Rain, she often sees her excellent works in award-winning and full-score essays, so she is particularly familiar with her words. As for why send chocolate to Zishu and Mo, she can roughly guess 7 or 8. She truthfully replied to Zishu when Mo's message. The person across from me felt somewhat guilty after learning about it. After all, Sun Qiue is a good friend to him. Not only did he not recognize her handwriting, but he also gifted the chocolate she brought to someone else. Chen Yushi watched the play like a bystander, mocking and stirring up trouble while asking him what he planned to do. Zishu was a bit flustered when he heard Mo, and he was quite afraid of losing a friend because of it. After a while, I noticed that the dialogue box repeatedly showed that I was typing, but I couldn't wait for a reply. Chen Yushi grew tired of waiting and ignored the deadlocked Zishu Wenmo. Instead, she went to assemble building blocks. Between young and young girls, there are always some emotions that cannot be hidden. Chapter 1. All Encounters 6. You are listening at Novel Full.audio. Ads by Google equals window. Ads by Google. Push. On the second day, there was really a car driving behind them, no need to guess it was a bodyguard. Someone is following us, Uncle Chen, get rid of them quickly, Lin Xuran said excitedly. Not only him, but also Mu Qingyan and Yu Xianyi have discovered. After hearing this, Chen Yuxi silently supported her forehead. Ha ha ha, don't worry. That's the bodyguard sent by the family. Chen Bo was amused by him. Oh, bodyguard. Bodyguard. Lin Xuran was puzzled. Chen Yuxi suddenly thanked Lin Xuran and her companions for their presence, otherwise these bodyguards would be sitting with her in this car now. It's been too dangerous lately, it's normal to have bodyguards. I heard that the bodyguard market is currently in short supply. The car drove to the vicinity of the school, and as you walked forward, you would only be trapped in the flow of luxury cars on the inner and outer floors. Several bodyguards also followed them out of the car and followed closely behind them. Chen Yuxi had already found it difficult to accept going to and from school with Lin Xuran and the others, but now a few strong men have arrived. Oh, not only that, but also a female bodyguard. That's not good either, don't be twisted. Morning Rain, she walked briskly, feeling more and more embarrassed as she thought about it. She walked faster and faster, and eventually even started running. So the students on the sidewalk and those stuck in the car saw a scene of a group of black-clothed people chasing after the Morning Rain. What did she run for? Lin Xuran felt inexplicable. They had just followed without knowing the situation, but before they could catch up, they gave up and walked slowly behind. Maybe I feel awkward, Mu Qingyan analyzed. Yu Xianyi chuckled and said, the more she runs, the more awkward she becomes. Haha, why is she so cute? At the speed of a sprint of 100 meters, the morning rain over here has already rushed into the school, standing at the school gate and looking out. She gasped for breath and waited for half a minute before seeing several bodyguards chasing towards the school gate, panting heavily. Qinyushi gave a cunning smile, knowing that they couldn't enter the school. She turned around and was about to leave when she saw the female bodyguard led by her. She took out her phone, which had a scrolling screen with a few large characters reading, "Miss, please be careful." The gaze of the people around her fell on her with a vague expression, and the morning rain fell silent for a moment. It's really a small trick to die in society every day. If I had known she wouldn't have run away. She waved her hand to the bodyguards, gesturing for them to go back. At that moment, the black-clad person at the door finally left under the gaze of the duty teacher and students. Sure, playing in the temple early in the morning is quite exciting. Wang Ziyu lifted her shoulder from behind and witnessed the whole process in the blocked car. She got off the car and followed behind, laughing and chasing. Oh, why didn't you come at noon today? It's not like that happened yet. Our old man insisted on seeing me off. What kind of traffic is blocking the entrance? A group of parents are in a big fuss. I remember you're not an only child, your family cares so much about you. No, they're afraid that if those murderers think I'm an only child, after all, our family is considered an illegitimate child. Almost all upper-class people know that the Wang family has an illegitimate child who is about the same age as their biological daughter. Where does your brother go to school? He's not my brother, he's putting aside his words. If something happens, it's also his fault. It's not because you care about him that much. Why are you obsessed with that kid's skin? I've never seen it before, how come I'm obsessed? Empty love, I rely on imagination all day long. Ha ha ha, the well-known young lady secretly fell in love with a destitute illegitimate child through imagination, ha ha ha. Wang Ziyu laughed and couldn't catch his breath. Xiaoxi, the bodyguards and the others have all gone back. Lin Xuran and the others followed over. Looking at the girl next to her, who was smiling and trembling with flowers and twigs, ha ha ha. Wang Ziyu, you can't stop laughing, can you? Stop laughing, someone's here. Chen Yuxi pretended to be angry. No, ha ha ha. I've already figured out the love story between you and our illegitimate child. You talk nonsense again. Chen Yuxi frowned and pushed her away. Oh, don't be angry, don't be angry. You can introduce the introducer, Wang Ziyu pointed to the boy surrounded by Chen Yuxi. My classmate has only been here for a few days, isn't it? Are you going to take action on this? What, just getting to know each other? Lin Xuran, Mu Tongjiao, Yuqi, all of our classmates in Class 1 are visually 1.8 meters tall and weigh. I'm not sure, Chen Yuxi began to visually inspect. What Chen Yuxi said was their stage name, which was also a false title pursued by a few people among the public in the future. Alright, that's enough. You've made me look like a brothel. Hello, hello, Lin Xuran warmly greeted. This is Class 12 Class Flower, Wang Ziyu. Hello, I'm Wang Ziyu, a friend of Chen Yuxi. And I'm not the class flower. Don't listen to her nonsense, she can be considered the school flower. Wang Ziyu smiled brightly at them and then started playing around with Chen Yuxi. Did you give me the school flower? I knew I was talking nonsense in just one day. It's both a laughing flower and a school flower. You look for a fight. Morning Rain, she raised her eyebrows and pounced. Yu Xianyi was stunned for a moment, until he realized he was lagging behind and silently followed suit. His surplus light fell on the bright and sunny girl in front of him, if there was anything else. Is it the little sun? Have you finally met her again? But it seems like she completely forgot about him, and indeed, she shouldn't remember him either. When passing class 12, Chen Yuxi bid farewell to Wang Ziyu. Wang Ziyu had just left when Lin Xuran came up to ask. Xiaoxi, have you been in love with your illegitimate child? Lin Xuran, being alive is a good thing. I advise you to keep your mouth shut, said Chen Yuxi with a slight squint and a smile. I cherish my life, I won't say it anymore. Lin Xuran felt the double standards of women. Wang Ziyu had just said it for so long, but she wasn't angry. Now he was about to kill him when he mentioned it. Ah, woman, it's hard to understand. No, this is the dead of morning rain and dawn, the undisclosed secret of the high and cold school flower. He realized and immediately changed the topic. Xiaoxi, where did you get such a beautiful fairy friend? Oh, I'm hooked on someone. No, you're not as good looking as you are. It's just that your personality is much better than yours. Lin Xuran regretted it as soon as he finished speaking. Mu Qingyan and Yu Xianyi were also stunned, knowing that this statement without emotional intelligence would make people unhappy. No, Wang Ziyu's Zhang looks better than me. As for her personality, I also think she has a good personality. Much better than me. Chen Yuxi calmly stated. Several people were surprised that she wasn't angry. To be honest, Chen Yuxi really likes Wang Ziyu's personality, which is outgoing, positive, and bright. If nothing had happened back then, perhaps she would have been such a girl, perhaps she would have grown up in a loving family like this, and Wang Ziyu's personality was the one she was most likely to be. Just in this world, there is no such thing as. If we can't go back to the beginning. A few people arrived at the entrance of a class in silence. Lin Xuran was grabbed by Yu Xianyi and stopped outside the door. Mu Qingyan and Yu Xianyi exchanged a glance and knew what he was going to do, so they joined the first class together with Chen Yuxi. Xuran, I will apologize to them later, Yu Xianyi said with a serious expression. I know. Lin Xuran felt a little impatient. You speak without restraint, it's not like you've been an adult for a day or two. You have to take responsibility for your words and actions. Besides, you're still the captain. Actually, what you really want to say is the last sentence, captain. If you want to be the captain, just say it directly. Lin Xuran didn't wait for Yu Xianyi to answer before stepping into the classroom. Yu Xianyi took a deep breath and gradually calmed down her anger. She tried to persuade herself not to argue with the elementary school students and entered the classroom expressionlessly. Lin Xuran observed the morning rain and dawn while carrying out his homework, while the latter appeared somewhat low and gloomy since just finished speaking. Xiaoxi, why are you sad? He cautiously approached and asked. Chen Yuxi turned her head and looked at his sincere expression, feeling a little moved. So she rarely lied to him without speaking. No, it's just a bit insecure. The only thing I can possibly compare to others is their grades. What, we are so beautiful, so excellent, what's there to feel inferior about? We are the class monitor, the school flower, and the vice president of the student union. Such a perfect girl, what's there to feel inferior about? Really, there's no need to feel inferior because of comparison with others. And it's my fault for not covering up. Don't be sad, okay? It's not the school flower, really not. Don't talk nonsense. Okay, just don't be sad anymore. Also. Is my temper really bad? Chen Yuxi cautiously began to probe. No, it's just that it's a bit cold and uncomfortable to get in touch with, Lin Xuran said conservatively, and the rest was swallowed. Oh, that may not change. There is no need to change, everyone is unique. Wang Ziyu is extroverted, you are introverted, just like she is a visible beauty, and you are the hidden beauty. Chen Yuxi was stunned. She didn't expect Lin Xuran to say such words. She looked at his serious expression and didn't know what to say for a moment. Mu Qingyan poked his desk mate with his arm, and Yu Xianyi looked in the direction he pointed, watching Mu Qingyan give him a mouth shape. They reconciled. Yu Xianyi smiled and sighed lightly, a child's temper. After another day of bilingual and foreign teacher English classes, Lin Xiran is really going to collapse. He dragged his body towards the school gate and noticed that the person in front stopped. He followed the direction that Chen Yuxi was looking at, and several bodyguards stood in a row outside the door waiting. He also saw the almost constipated expression on Chen Yuxi's face. The two people behind also stopped, and none of the four were taking a step forward. A few people have never experienced such an awkward thing before. Chen Yuxi turned around to discuss with them whether to wait until all the teachers and students in the school have left before returning. Xiaoxi, why aren't you leaving? Luo Xiao stopped and asked, then suddenly she saw a row of bodyguards at the door. WOC, who sent a bodyguard to pick me up. Look for Shuyuan www.zhaoshuyuan.com, it's both impressive and scary. I said they came to pick us up, do you believe? Lin Xiran asked tentatively. You trainees receive such good treatment. Are you afraid of having illegitimate fans? Luo Xiao often brushes Weibo and is also very concerned about the news in the entertainment industry. Chen Yuxi thought of something and took out her phone to call Chen Bo, saying, Chen Bo, please give me the phone numbers of those bodyguards. The bodyguards outside saw the young lady standing inside the school gate and didn't come out, feeling a bit anxious. The gaze of the students and teachers who came out kept falling on them, and they also felt embarrassed. Until the phone rang, one of the bodyguards decisively hung up the phone. He never answered the phone during working hours. Dawn, Rain, and Dawn were confused, so she called again and hung up again. She tried to call someone else and also hung up. She really admires their dedication, she's going to be laughed at. Then a group of them walked out with death in their eyes. Chen Yuxi was a bit angry. She walked up to them in a fierce manner and asked, who is it? You're not answering my phone, okay? Lin Xiran was frightened by her actions and asked Luo Xiao beside him, what is she going to do? Perhaps by using force to tell them that she doesn't need protection. Oh, by the way. Xiaoxi is a national second-level taekwondo athlete, and it seems that she really doesn't need protection. Luo Xiao began to look at the mail vase in front of him with a look of trash. WOC, I better not offend her next time. Second level, so powerful. Mu Qingyan felt that the person in front of him had an unfathomable ability. Yu Xianin didn't have much reaction. He had seen a whole trophy on the background wall of the living room on the first floor before, and he knew it was her. In no time, Chen Yuxi followed them, while the group of bodyguards only followed from a distance. Chapter 1. All Encounters 7. You are listening at novelfull.audio. Ads by Google equals window. Ads by Google. Push, the weather was particularly good the next day, and several people put on their riding clothes. Lin Xiran was not in a state all morning and was repeatedly pointed out by various teachers. Luo Xiao and Chen Yuxi returned from the restroom and looked at Lin Xiran, who was restless. They asked, what's wrong with him? Yu Xianyi, who was previewing his textbook, looked up at Lin Xiran and smiled, saying, my soul has already drifted to the racetrack. My heart is so big, I don't want any other subjects. Chen Yuxi roast. Unexpectedly, Lin Xiran suddenly regained his soul and stared at the morning rain, saying, then I need other subjects. Can you teach me? No, I can teach you how to live young. You can find someone else. Chen Yuxi was tormented by Lin Xiran, and every time she taught him, she would ask 3 questions without knowing. Her foundation was not solid, and her understanding was poor. She couldn't teach Lin Xiran. Lin Xiran's soul silently ran away again. Why don't you teach him? Luo Xiao was puzzled. His foundation is even worse than yours, he can't teach. Why does it sound like you're insulting someone? After taking a nap in the afternoon, facing the warm sunshine, the whole class set out to board the bus. Which class are we in? Chen Yuxi asked Luo Xiao next to her. I don't know about Class 3 and Class 12 in Grade 2, but I don't know about Class 1 in Grade 1. Luo Xiao has always been well informed in this regard. Oh. Morning rain. She didn't fully wake up yet, closing her eyes and taking a nap. Xiao. Lin Xiran was about to tell the person in front that he saw the bodyguard's car following behind. Unexpectedly, as soon as he spoke, he was covered by Yu Xianyi. You're asleep, can't you see? Yu Xianyi slowly let go of him and hissed in silence. Chen Yuxi was not awakened, just leaned back in the chair and breathed steadily. Lin Xiran looked suspiciously at Yu Xianyi listening to MP4, and then tiptoed up to explore his head. Good guy. The first two people were both asleep, and Luo Xiao's head was tilted on Chen Yuxi's shoulder, drooling in his mouth. Pushi. Lin Xiran couldn't help but laugh out loud. What's wrong? Yu Xianyi frowned and looked at the person who had just sat down. Luo Xiao's saliva is drooling, it's about to flow onto Xiao Shi's clothes. Yu Xianyi took out a piece of paper and handed it to him. What are you doing? I didn't drool again. Yu Xianyi gestured to him with his eyes, but did not speak. Why do you want me to wipe them? Why? Lin Xiran protested in a low voice. Do you want to see Yushi get angry because of her clothes later? She gets angry when she wakes up, Yu Xianyi said in a low voice. That's not good either. Men and women are not compatible. Can't you just help her wipe it a little further away? What kind of physical contact can there be? Well said, why don't you come by yourself? Lin Xiran felt that it was none of his business, but he didn't want to make Chen Yuxi angry. He hesitated for a moment, but still stood up and carefully wiped the drool that was about to drip on Chen Yuxi's body from Luo Xiao's mouth, as Yu Xianyi said, holding a piece of paper. His large movements caught the attention of Shen Sun and Mu Qingyan, who were whispering in a corridor next to him. The two of them stopped and stared at Lin Xiran together. Lin Xiran was completely focused. He had already wrapped the drool in paper and gently wiped away the drool from Luo Xiao's mouth, without touching any part of it, and naturally did not disturb the sleeping person. But just as he was about to stop, the bus turned. Due to inertia, his unreturned hand collided with the sleeping person and punched Luo Xiao in the face. Alright, sleepers, wake up. The person next to me smiled. Alright now, it's over, barbecue. Luo Xiao was inexplicably awakened, while Chen Yuxi was awakened by laughter. When she opened her eyes, she saw a resentful Luo Xiao and a flushed Lin Xiran, as well as a group of boys laughing around. Everyone is quiet. Morning rain. She spoke as the class monitor, and the laughter around her decreased slightly. Everyone began to suppress their laughter. What's going on? Chen Yuxi stood up and asked the only person behind her who didn't smile. Yu Xianyi. Yu Xianyi was about to answer her, but when he remembered the details, he couldn't help but chuckle uncontrollably as he covered his mouth with a puff sound. Morning rain. She pursed her lips in silence and turned to ask the victim. He hit me, Luo Xiao objectively stated the facts. I don't have it. Lin Xiran was speechless. A few boys behind them called out strangely, Lin Xiran hit a woman. Shut up. Alright, let's all sit down. Chen Yuxi pulled Luo Xiao down and stared at her face to see if there were any wounds. Fortunately, one cheek was slightly red. Luo Xiao buried her head in Chen Yuxi's arms, pain. Sobbing. She didn't know if she was acting coquettishly or complaining. The morning rain gently patted her back to comfort her. Lin Xiran hasn't said anything since he sat down. Yu Xianren knew he was angry, so he forced a smile and began apologizing to Lin Xiran. Xiran, I'm sorry, it's my fault. I didn't know I would turn, I'm really sorry. Lin Xiran turned his head and looked at the scenery outside the window. He doesn't actually blame Yu Xianyi, after all, he means well. It's just that Yu Xianyi is a despicable cleanliness fetish. If he doesn't do what he doesn't do, his lifelong reputation will be ruined. A few buses arrived at the racecourse, and everyone happily got off the bus and entered the racecourse, except for Luo Xiao and Lin Xiran. Mu Qingyan put his hand on Yu Xianyi's shoulder and jokingly said, "It's too arrogant. You see, Su Ran is making you angry." She knew it couldn't be solved for a while, so she held on to Luo Xiao and passed by Lin Xiran. After teaching the designated movements and explaining the precautions, everyone began to practice freely. Those who didn't know how to ride horses and those who were afraid of riding horses were accompanied by coaches and racetrack staff. That is to say, except for Morning Rain and Dawn, almost all of them had one coach per person. Morning Rain she trained her horse alone on the racetrack to overcome obstacles. After a while, Wang Ziyu led her dark horse to come and play with her. Fate has it, we always have the same equestrian class as your class, the two of them argued while riding horses in circles. Evil fate. The Morning Rain and Dawn lightly uttered two words. I think the eyes of those people in class 3 are about to grow on you. They must be looking at you. Damn it, they've been staring at you before I came. The Morning Rain couldn't continue. Do you know anyone from class 3? I know their class monitor Gu Qi and the head of the sports department of the student union Yi Qi, and they both have a working relationship with her. Oh, it seems like the person next to Yi Qi has been looking at you all along, a bit unfamiliar, maybe a transfer student. Wang Ziyu's intuition has always been very accurate. She glanced casually and said, yes. Peach Blossom is here. That man looks good and quite tall, but he looks a bit scumbag and mischievous. Wang Ziyu thought he could look at his face. Don't stare at people, TM. Chen Yuxi reached out and kicked her. Wang Ziyu tilted the horse's head slightly and dodged with its body. Ha ha ha, are you shy? Only state officials are allowed to set fire, and people are not allowed to light lamps. He can keep an eye on you, why can't we keep an eye on him? The people from class 3 not far away are unaware that they have been discovered and are being discussed. Wang Ziyu and Chen Yuxi, the beautiful woman, really played together. It's really pleasing to the eye, but please take a look at me. What are you looking at? Yi Qi looked at him puzzled. Isn't my horse handsome? Why doesn't she even look at me? Perhaps she is too shy to express appreciation towards me. That's right, after all, Miss always needs to show some restraint. Okay, I understand. After all, it's not easy to meet a handsome guy like me. Yi Qi had a constipated expression. What to do? His good friend seems to have some kind of illness, narcissistic cancer. He just wants to say, morning rain, morning sun, run away. Wang Ziyu and Chen Yuxi are about to break through the horse ranch here. Wang Ziyu is so bored that she came up with a devilish idea. Racing horses with her beloved disciple. How about a match? Let's see who's faster. Obstacle race. Well, that racetrack over there. I don't think our teacher will allow it, said Chen Yuxi with some concerns. It's okay, I'll go ask. Before Chen Yuxi could react, Wang Ziyu had already run away on horseback. After pleading with the equestrian teacher and the racetrack administrator for a while, Wang Ziyu happily ran over. Okay, I rented a racetrack for half an hour, and the teacher said to pay attention to safety. Okay, compared to you, you're bullying me. In the morning rain, she dismounted and led the horse to the racetrack with Wang Ziyu. 2 staff members came to take them to change their race clothes, and they also shared the cost at the front desk. Sitting in the lounge, Luo Xiao and a few girls saw Chen Yuxi, who had just changed clothes, and ran over to ask about the situation. Xiaoxi, what are you doing? Wang Ziyu is going to compete with me, and I will play with her. Isn't renting a racecourse expensive? Well, I rented it for half an hour. Cow. Alright, I have to go now. Hey, wait for me to go watch your game. We'll go too. A few girls later went. In the gap between the two people's preparations, students from various classes sat sparsely in the stands. After the staff introduced the course of the competition and inspected the track. Do you want to give it a try first? The staff asked. Wang Ziyu looked at Chen Yuxi, who nodded. To be honest, she has no confidence in her heart. She hasn't ridden horses much on professional racetracks. She took deep breaths and tried her best to calm her tense mood, stroked the white horse, and then quickly got on the horse. She looked at the track in front of her, took a deep breath to adjust her breathing, and with a pinch of her legs, the horse under her ran into the track. She didn't ride very fast, but her jumping movements were very standard. In no time, she finished 2 laps. Every time she passes by the stands on the right, she can hear cheers and the most heart-wrenching cheers in the middle. Luo Xiao's cheers, which makes her think when she rides over the opening stage that before she even competes, Luo Xiao's voice may be hoarse. On this side of the stands, everyone from Class 1 is sitting together. When she comes over later, we'll shout, "Morning Rain Shi, come on." Okay. Why is the class monitor riding a bit slow? Who says she rides slowly? Not at all. Luo Xiao maintains the perfect image of Chen Yuxi on a daily basis. Here we go, here we go. Morning Rain Shi, come on. Morning Rain Shi, come on. The whole girl's voice was covered by Luo Xiao's voice. For the first time, Luo Xiao felt that her loud voice had finally found its place. After the morning rain and dawn completed 2 rounds, the people on both sides of the stands gradually increased. The equestrian teacher walked to the starting point and explained the precautions for the competition to them. In the blink of an eye, a group of people flooded into the stands, and all the classmates from the first class came to the right stand to take their seats. Luo Xiao, I'm sorry about what happened just now. I didn't mean it. Lin Xiran handed the bought water to Luo Xiao. Alright, sister doesn't care about that little thing. But why don't you continue learning to ride horses? Luo Xiao took the water. The coach called us to watch the game, saying it was a live learning experience. However, where did the professional players come from? Who is competing with whom? Lin Xiran and several other boys sat down behind Luo Xiao. Xiao Shi and Wang Ziyu compete. Xiaoxi. Lin Xiran repeated the familiar title. Morning Rain and Dawn. I just saw the 2 of them putting those circles together. Yeah, I'm bored. I'm here for the competition. We thought it was a professional athlete, how could it be the 2 of them? Saying it's more like playing. Other students from other classes have also arrived. Mu Qingyan noticed that students from other classes were sitting in the left and right stands one after another. Is the freshman in high school also here? Luo Xiao noticed younger students passing by and looking for a seat to sit. A bit familiar, Luo Xiao saw several familiar faces. Yeah, I had a debate match with our class last year, class 11 of high school, Zhou Shushu reminded. Since last year's debate competition, Class 11 of high school has developed a good impression of each other with classmates from Class 1 of high school. In the midst of intense debates and confrontations, students from both classes sympathize with each other due to each other's talents. Maybe I don't want to miss this learning opportunity. It seems like it's about to start, said a girl behind excitedly. Didn't it just start? Xiaoxi has already ridden it. Stupid, she's just trying the track and getting familiar with it, reminded Zhou Shushu next to her. Oh. She suddenly caught a glimpse of a high school student next to her taking out their phone and preparing to shoot. As a good friend, how could she not capture such an important moment for Chen Yuxi? Which of you has a phone? Who secretly brought it? Lend it to me, Luo Xiao asked the classmates in the surrounding class. Everyone remained silent, both with and without their phones. It's not that she doesn't want to borrow it, but after leaving the photo, Chen Yuxi will definitely investigate the source of the photo, and no one wants to put themselves in it. Zhuang Qingmeng, you must have brought it. I saw you just taking a vlog with your phone. Can you lend it to me? Please, I won't reveal it. After I finish taking the picture, I will send everyone a copy, and the class monitor will definitely not know that it was taken with your phone. Okay, here you are. Am I afraid of being caught with my phone? It's true. Zhuang Qingmeng's beautiful features wrinkled together. When the coach repeatedly reminded them to pay attention to safety, Chen Yuxi accidentally glanced at the stands, her eyes widened in disbelief. People are densely packed on the left and right stands. The coach looked in her direction and saw her with a surprised expression. He comforted her and said, "Don't be nervous. Our teacher thinks the opportunity is rare, so he asked them all to come and take a look and learn. What can we learn from this? Learning requires courage to compete with young equestrian runners-up, right? She already has a huge disparity in strength, and with so many people coming, can she not be nervous?" She was just playing with Wang Ziyu. Now, she became even more nervous. With so many people, her social anxiety is about to break. Perhaps it's because she hasn't died in society today, and now this opportunity has come. If something goes wrong, the whole school will know who will save her. Do you guys come together or separately? The coach hesitated. There are only two of them, and if they have similar speeds and drive side by side, there may be danger, and Chen Yuxi has no competition experience. Let's go separately. Chen Yuxi didn't want to compare with Wang Ziyu, she was afraid of losing too miserably. Okay, let me go first. Wang Ziyu looked at Chen Yuxi nervously and patted her lightly. Don't be nervous, I haven't ridden for a long time either. Then he led her dark horse to the starting point and slowly got on the horse. Are you ready? Wang Ziyu nodded and waited for the instructions to depart. After hearing the command, Wang Ziyu quickly entered a state, sandwiched between the horse's belly, and then rode on the horse with half-empty space. The black horse under her accelerated and ran over it with all four legs at high speed, then entered the obstacle road. She did not slow down, but instead manipulated the black horse to continue to jump at high speed with inertia. Then, passing through the left stand, cheers kept coming and going from her classmates. She glanced at the boy cheering loudly for her at the end of the stand, and for a moment, she was lost in thought. After only a second, she regretted it. At the end of the stands was a bend, and she didn't slow down in advance. She could only quickly pull on the reins and turn at high speed. The strong inertia caused the horse's body to veer, which was a very dangerous situation. Her entire body also tilted inward. Fortunately, with her timely control and the high professional quality of the horse itself, the horse gradually returned to normal, and after a brief deceleration, it began to accelerate again. The little girl is a bit too anxious, sighed the coach next to Chen Yuxi. Morning rain, and she looked at the situation in the distance, lost in thought. After returning to the right track, Wang Ziyu entered the obstacle road again, and still jumped over the obstacle at high speed. However, there was only a sparse cheering sound on the right stand. She's so professional, sighed someone in the crowd. WOC, she almost flipped over just now. She could have saved her. Bull. But, do you think she or Xiaoxi are the most likely to win? Although Lin Xiran didn't applaud, he still admired her deeply. After a moment of silence, Luo Xiao watched as Wang Ziyu landed on the obstacle and calmly said, she has a higher chance of winning. Why? Xiaoxi hasn't even played yet. Lin Xiran didn't expect her to say that. You're blind. She's a professional. She learned how to ride horses at the age of 5 and often participates in professional competitions. Her dark horse is one of her royal horses. Xiaoxi has only studied for a year. This competition is not fair, and besides, they just compete for fun. Professional player. The girl and boy next to him were both shocked. Professional players are prohibited from participating. Lin Xiran said indignantly, yeah, it's a bit bullying. Mu Qingyan also felt a bit unbalanced. Yu Xian's eyebrows sank, and his face was not very good looking. His gaze remained focused on Wang Ziyu on the field. After passing the obstacle, it was flat and curved again, and the lap ended. Then we started the second lap at high speed. Morning Rain. She glanced at the referee's timer and felt uneasy. So fast, truly a professional player, completely at the same level as her. She suddenly regretted agreeing to this game. In the second lap, Wang Ziyu rode neatly without any mistakes. When she slowed down to the finish line, Morning Rain, she looked at the timer. 2 minutes and 41 seconds. Wang Ziyu got off the horse and smiled and clapped his hands with Chen Yuxi. Chen Yuxi's face didn't look that good. She led the horse to the starting point, stood in place and took a deep breath, calming her mood. The beautiful white horse seemed to notice something and gently rubbed against her. She smiled calmly and gently caressed the horse's body. After about a minute of preparation, she quickly got on the horse. Are you ready? She nodded and increased her attention. As the command was given, she forcefully squeezed the horse's belly and then rushed out with the horse. Although she is not as professional as Wang Ziyu, her foundation and skills are not bad. She lowered her center of gravity, half lifted into the air, and then slowed down before jumping over the obstacle, skillfully jumping over it. The cheers and cheers on the left stand continued to rise one after another, from class 12 to class 3. Chen Yuxi is not from our class, why are you all working so hard? Some of the students in class 12 on the stands were unhappy. They dare to compete with professional players, they have a lot of courage and are worth encouraging, objected Chu Jinlan, a boy at the end of the stands. Yeah, right, why can't we cheer? A group of boys cheered. I see that you are making me dizzy and angry. Oh, you admit that your parents are better looking than you, and being good. Looking is also an ability. Besides, the two of them are friends and do not belong to true competition. Why do you stir up trouble and sow discord? A boy from class 12 retorted, you. The girl was so angry that she couldn't speak. Step into the curve and slow down, accelerate in the middle, and then slow down again to exit the curve. After a short stretch of flat ground, enter the obstacle road again, slow down, jump, and maintain a steady speed, with a set of movements flowing smoothly. The only downside, Chen Yuxi felt that the venue was a bit noisy, and the cheers on the right stand were deafening, making it difficult for her to hear what was being shouted. Actually, the students in class 1 are shouting. Morning Rain Shi, come on. Morning Rain Shi, come on. The students in class 11 of high school are shouting. Senior sister, come on. Senior sister, come on. After she quickly passed through the obstacle barrier, her voice gradually faded away. Luo Xiao. My ears are almost deaf. Zhou Shushu said discontentedly. Did you see that we Xiaoxi rode so fast? We rode so well that we didn't lose at all to each other. Luo Xiao turned a deaf ear. WOC, the morning rain and dawn are fine. Riding is very stylish, Lin Xiran couldn't help but sigh. But he seemed to have been deceived. When he came, he asked Qinyu how she was riding the horse. At that time, she said she knew a little, but not very good at it. So standard, so fast, this is called knowing a bit, this is not very good. Damn Versailles after completing a lap at full speed. Luo Xiao vaguely heard a voice nearby and underestimated, it's a bit slow. She was recording a video and didn't have the time to find the owner of the sound, but an unnamed fire ignited in her heart. She knew that Chen Yuxi might be a bit slower than Wang Ziyu, but she couldn't hear it for no reason. Some people said that Chen Yuxi's skills were inferior to others. The owner of the voice, Qi Jinyun, stared at the person on the horse's back with full of aggression while looking at his watch. After completing the first lap, he glanced at his watch. 5 seconds slower than the former. In fact, it doesn't matter whether she wins or not, as she is already perfect in his heart. He stared straight at the figure on the racetrack, feeling his lips curl. The sense of self-satisfaction after peeking into the beauty is hidden in his heart. Chen Yuxi felt like she could go a little faster, not to the limit, so she increased her speed on the second lap, reduced the deceleration, and shortened the preparation time for jumping the obstacle. "I'm speeding up," Luo Xiao heard someone whispering next to him. "Hi, who the hell is it?" Surprisingly daring to comment here, she was just about to see people. "Here we go." Then she turned her head back as she was about to turn around and started shouting. "Morning Rain Shi, come on. Morning Rain Shi, come on." She heard people around shouting, "Sister, come on." Funny. The younger siblings in the first year of high school actually wanted to cover up her voice. So she shouted even harder. Zhou Shushu sat beside him, painfully covering his ears. Chen Yuxi really didn't want to stop in the right stand for a moment. She skillfully and quickly jumped over obstacles, crossed flat ground, slowed down and rushed to the finish line, ending the second lap. Then he quickly dismounted the horse and helped the white horse pant heavily. The extreme nervousness made her feel somewhat exhausted. Wang Ziyu stepped forward to support her, and the staff led their horses away. Morning Rain, she glanced at the timer. 2 minutes and 44 seconds. She smiled lightly and said to the person who greeted her, "I still can't compare to you." "It's 3 seconds slower," the man said again. After recording the video, Luo Xiao turned his head and saw the boy who was separated from her by 2 people, a student who looked familiar but didn't know his name. At this moment, the boy is communicating with his friend next to him, asking them to send him the photos they took. Strange, why do freshmen care so much about morning rain and dawn? Just as she was thinking about it, a group of girls in their class pulled her away, clamoring to go and bring water to Chen Yuxi. Luo Xiao took Chen Yuxi from Wang Ziyu's hand and helped her rest in the lounge. The morning rain and the sun half leaned against Luo Xiao, drinking water in large gulps. "It's so cool, it's like a white horse queen." Morning Rain, she raised her eyebrows and was startled, thinking to herself what strange term this was. "I am willing to crawl at your feet." Luo Xiaoji muttered and praised for a while. Chen Yuxi didn't speak and gave her a blank glance, then silently continued drinking water. "Who prepared the water for you?" Luo Xiao asked discontentedly, as none of the water bought by the girls came in handy. "A boy from class 3, Chen Yuxi answered truthfully. Just now, when Wang Ziyu was holding her up and taking off his gloves to help her flow smoothly, a boy came to deliver water to the 2 of them. After Wang Ziyu thanked her, he naturally took it. Chen Yuxi could only smile and take the water in Wang Ziyu's malicious eyes. After waiting for someone to leave, Wang Ziyu smiled triumphantly and whispered, "I told you he's interested in you." Chen Yuxi could only pretend to be angry and punch her with a smile. "Which boy from class 3, who is so bold? He actually wants to kidnap my Xiaoxi with a bottle of water." They also gave Wang Ziyu a bottle. "That's not good either, come on, who is it?" "I'm a transfer student, I don't know my name." "Oh, that's it." Luo Xiao didn't know the name of the transfer student from class 3. "Okay, I remember him anyway." Luo Xiao was about to inquire about the man who overestimated himself when he went back. The boy not far away asked the person next to him, "Is water still being delivered?" "Damn it, it's 1 step too late." "Forget it, I won't give it away." Qi Jinyun turned his head in anger and left. He didn't know if Chen Yuxi had seen his love letter, or if he had selectively thrown it away long ago. He felt unwilling, knowing that she was an extremely intelligent person. As long as he read the implied love letter, he could tell who the writer was. But so far there has been no movement, and his restless mood has made him feel a bit disorganized. When she arrived at the lounge, she saw Yu Xianyi bending down to fetch water from the vending machine. Yu Xianren saw her coming and lifted the water in her hand. As the morning rain did not catch her, she lifted the remaining half bottle in her hand. Then he looked at the boys and girls in their class, each with a bottle of water or sports drink, and looked at Shuyuan www.zhaoshuyuan.com with a helpless smile. Are you treating me like a water buffalo? Let's all drink it ourselves. Luo Xiao pushed away Lin Xiran sitting on the sofa. Get out of here and give our queen a seat. Lin Xiran was first annoyed, and then reluctantly gave up his position. Did you win? Xiaoxi, Lin Xiran asked after getting up. Everyone in the class gathered around curiously. How could it be? It's 3 seconds slow. The people around were chattering incessantly. Not bad. Yeah, right. It's already great. Morning Rain, she smiled with relief, feeling relaxed and joyful. The coach also called her over and praised her twice. On the return bus, Morning Rain, she rested on Luo Zhao's shoulder and closed her eyes to sleep. Fortunately, there was no social death today, as she thought before falling asleep. Lin Xiran also fell asleep, his portrait shaking like it had not been returned. When his head tilted towards Yuxianan reacted quickly and pushed him away, then Lin Xiran's head collided with the car window. Immediately, he took out another alcohol wet wipe and wiped his hands. Lin Xiran woke up and covered his slightly painful head in mist. Yu Xianyi looked at him with concern and said, "Is everything okay? Why are you so careless?" Lin Xiran gave Yu Xianyi a skeptical glance. How could he feel that someone was pushing him? The car just turned and I didn't pay attention, so you hit it, Yu Xianyi said calmly. Okay, that makes sense. Lin Xiran didn't think much and rubbed his head before continuing to sleep. Yu Xianyi curled his lips and smiled, continuing to listen to his MP4 with his eyes closed. Chapter 1. All Encounters 8. You are listening at Novel Full.audio. Ads by Google equals window. Ads by Google. Push, at school, in the second to last class. Luo Xiao and her desk mate were engaged in daily communication. Whispering loudly. I need all the information about this man within 3 minutes, Luo Xiao said in a pretentious and profound tone. Which man? This one on stage. Zhao Anzi glanced at the chemistry teacher on stage, He Lin, who was giving a lively lecture. Are you sick? What do I want him to do? Then you didn't explain clearly. You have to ask, CEO, I don't know which man he is. He has no consciousness at all. Hey, it's so troublesome. You haven't taken your medicine yet. Who the hell is that? The transfer student from class 3. There are 2 students from class 3, which one are you talking about? Man, I've said it so many times, of course it's that man, you still ask me, asked a question to Luo Xiao, who was impatient. They are siblings, as I told you last time. The man's name is Ouyang Lingnua, and the woman's name is Ouyang Xinran. And then what? There's no more, that's all I know. I want you to be useless. Do you deserve the title of your team of Bai Shaoxing? No, you need to know what he does. He approached Xiaoxi today. WOC, when? Zhao Anzi's soul of gossip was burning. In equestrian class. The class monitor is really unbeatable in the world. Alright, look at me. I'll give you all his information next class. As soon as class was over, Zhao Anzi rushed out to inquire about the news. Luo Xiao silently sighed at his dedication in his seat. Morning Rain and Dawn, this side, what's wrong with your hand? I fell while riding a horse and scraped my skin a bit. Chen Yuxi imagined the scene for a moment and comforted, oh, it's okay, just be alive. Being alive is a good thing. Mu Qinyan and Yu Xianyi behind both laughed, and Chen Yuxi turned her head to look at them in confusion. She didn't know why, but did she say the wrong thing? As class approached, Zhao Anzi stepped into the classroom. Then eagerly shared the intelligence with Luo Xiao. Ouyang Lingnua, male, 17 years old, height 187, weighed around 74, with a circumference of 105. Well, who should listen to this? Focus on the key points. Luo Xiao's blush, she didn't know how such private information came from. Oh, I thought you wanted to hear it. So let me tell you about before he transferred schools, he studied in M country and came back with his family this year. He has a wide range of interests and hobbies, such as basketball, photography, rap, street dance, playing games, motorcycle, skating. Stop it, focus on the main points. Who asked you to read about his interests and hobbies? It's like reading all of Xiaoxi's certificates to you, meaningless and endless. What's the point? Didn't you ask for all his information? Can you tell me about his love history? You told me earlier, he never talked about it. How could it be possible? Really, his friend said he doesn't like foreign things, and he hasn't talked about it yet. Oh, a pure-hearted scumbag. Is there a way to describe a person like this? He doesn't like foreign things, he likes things like morning rain and dawn. Luo Xiaorua pondered. It's normal. Even a discerning person would like the class monitor. Yeah, I like all the girls, let alone the boys. Do you think Xiaoxi would like this? Well, I'm not sure. I feel like the class monitor doesn't have any emotions or desires. Ha ha ha, without 7 emotions and 6 desires, what do you say? You see, the class monitor spends her days with different handsome guys, but none of them make her fall in love. It's like the class monitor being a hot and cold female bully. Men all over the world like her, but she doesn't know why and just wants to pursue a career. Ha ha ha. It's really impressive. Luo Xiao laughed uncontrollably. Next second. Classmate Luo Xiao, what's so funny that you can laugh so hard that your whole body trembles? Speaking up makes everyone laugh too. Physics teacher Chen Nan nodded at Luo Xiao, who looked very happy. Luo Xiao was so scared that her heart was about to jump out. Her face turned red and she lowered her head without speaking. Come on, come up and do the example problem I just talked about. Luo Xiao slowly walked up to the podium and turned around to take a chalk from the desk. Raising her eyes, she met Chen Yuxi and suddenly broke through her defense. She couldn't hold back and laughed again. Then the whole class watched as Luo Xiao held the chalk and laughed, flipping back and forth without any signs of stopping. Teacher, I'm sorry. Ha ha ha. That hit my laughing spot. Ha ha ha. Really? Ha ha ha. Let me slow down. The people below were all amused by her. As a teacher, Chen Nan was frightened by her sudden laughter. What should I do? Her students seemed to be sick, so scary. Alright, you go out slowly. If it's really not possible, go to the school hospital. Thank you. Teacher. Ha ha ha. What's wrong with Luo Xiao? Lin Xiran asked. How do I know, replied Chen Yuxi. The evening breeze in early spring was still slightly cool. Sitting on the car back home, the morning rain opened the car window halfway, and the cool breeze poured into the car from afar. The wind gently caressed her face and raised her black hair. She looked out the window at the city scenery running rapidly, feeling particularly happy. The phone rang with a ding-dong sound, and news came. She turned around, flipped out her phone, and took a glance. It was a message sent by Zishu Wenma, which included an emoji and a video. The emoji looked a bit familiar to her. She opened it and saw a little person riding a horse at full speed, with the caption saying, "Hurry up and gallop with me." Looking at the costume of the little man and the white horse he was riding, I confirmed in my eyes that it was her, who was photographed during her afternoon race. Based on the shadows on the ground and the shooting angle, Chen Yuxi guessed that it was taken from the left stand. The people sitting on the left stand were from Class 3 and Class 12. Zishu Wenma didn't have many friends in Class 12, so it should be from Class 3 who took the photo and sent it to Zishu Wenma. Then he created an emoji. She was about to open the video when the other party sent another message. It's a voice message, and the morning rain and dawn unconsciously clicked on it. Ha ha ha, you're laughing at me so much, why are you still? Zishu heard Mo's cheerful laughter wafting in the car. The people in the car were all startled. Before Lin Xiran could even start dreaming, he woke up in shock. Yu Xianyi, who was looking at the scenery, turned his head to look at the petrified person and smiled softly. Mu Qingyan, who was in a daze, regained his senses. After listening to the sound for 2 seconds, he guessed the owner of the sound. Qinyu was startled for a second, and the next second quickly turned off the volume. There was a long silence inside the car, and the morning rain was very awkward. The others in the car pretended that nothing had happened. Chen Yuxi carefully put on the Bluetooth earphones and opened the video above. The video depicts the scene of her horse riding competition, with the sound of the strong wind on the racetrack and the cheering of Luo Xiao, who can pierce through her eardrums. In fact, there were also cheers from others inside, but they were all overshadowed by the girl with the highest decibel. Her eardrums felt a faint pain, and she quickly turned down the volume. You don't need to guess, you know this video was filmed by Luo Xiao. The other party sent another voice message. Morning rain and dawn light open listening. Why did you still compete with others? I received a bunch of pictures and am giving you an emoji. Don't thank me. Then Chen Yuxi began typing and joined the tug of war. The result was that almost everyone had her emoji the next day. Another result was that she had a cold war with Zishu Wenma for a whole day, and even Luo Xiao received warm greetings. Kiss, don't be angry, don't ignore me. Luo Xiao started from Lin Xiran next to him. Xiaoxi knows so well that I filmed it, did you tell me the secret? Lin Xiran was about to be fooled by Luo Xiao's intelligence and cry. He smiled and said, did you go back and watch the video you filmed? Your screams run through this video, and it's difficult to guess. That video must have been shown to Xiaoxi by you. It's not me, I don't know who it is, Lin Xiran spread his hand, looking unrelated to me. When the two of them spoke, it was as if she didn't exist, and Chen Yuxi couldn't bear it anymore. Alright, you go back to me. I'm only angry with you for half a day. If you come to see me again this afternoon, I'll forgive you. Chen Yuxi pinched Luo Xiao's chin and pushed her face away, showing no emotion. Really? Then I won't bother you for now. Little one, come back in the afternoon. Luo Xiao ran away happily. Hey, what's this operation? If you're angry for half a day, you can still control it yourself. Can you control yourself more in your daily life? Don't keep getting angry with me. Don't blame me for not reminding you. In the next math class, the teacher will draw someone to do the exercises. Chen Yuxi stared at him and said with a smile, but there was no smile in her eyes. Lin Xiran was not sure if he was scared by her or her words, so he immediately found a math book and started reading the questions. Sure enough, in the afternoon, Luo Xiao came briskly again. Xiaoxi, are you really not angry anymore? Luo Xiao smiled apologetically. If you hadn't caused less trouble, I wouldn't have been angry, said Chen Yuxi in a somewhat helpless tone. But I just want to help you record your moment of honor. Xiao, do you think I will lack moments of honor? I have never lacked such an unstoppable equestrian competition. Before the equestrian class, she had no experience riding horses, had not participated in formal competitions, and had no further expertise in equestrian. Therefore, among his many hobbies and interests that he had mastered, equestrian was considered unknown on the list. Okay, it's because he's not good, Luo Xiao's voice sounded a bit aggrieved. Chen Yuxi couldn't bear to see her injured expression, so she softened her tone and said, alright, I really lost to you. Luo Xiao happily shared intelligence with Chen Yuxi. There will be 2 English classes for self-study later, and the English teacher won't be able to come. Oh. Really? Lin Xiran, who was just taking notes, excitedly leaned over. Morning Rain, she pursed her lips, and indeed, this kind of thing caught his attention the most. Really, what the book said. But I heard Lin Eben and the others discussing to escape self-study, making excuses to go for physical training. Morning Rain, she tugged at the corners of her mouth, her expression somewhat indifferent and contemptuous. Then she tidied up her textbook and asked, tomorrow morning is also English class. Can the teacher come back? I can't come, I heard the class representative has already been assigned a task. Okay, I got it. We're going to class now. You can go back. Luo Xiao ran back and forth, stuttering and stuttering. And Luo Xiao stopped and turned to look at her. Gently ask, what's wrong? During self-study. Speak less. Chen Yuxi instructed her like an old mother. Luo Xiao didn't expect her to say such things. She smiled shyly and nodded obediently. Just starting English class, the English class representative and study committee member finished assigning tasks and sat on the podium to study. Lin Eben and a few boys got up and walked outside. What are you going to do? Zhou Shushu scolded them with anger. Physical training, what the coach said, Lin Eben answered confidently. He turned around, his hands in his pockets, and his eyes were filled with impatience. No, this is a self-study class. The teacher asked us to preview the textbook. You are not allowed to leave, Zhou Shushu said anxiously. She knew he was lying, but she couldn't stop them. We need to go for physical training now. You're going to sue the teacher, right? You're really a good helper for the teacher. Lin Eben sarcastically said. Zhou Shushu had previously reported some negative situations in the class to her homeroom teacher, and many people held a grudge against her. In an instant, Zhou Shushu became the target of public criticism. The scene was tense for a moment, and Chen Yuxi frowned impatiently. She didn't want to interfere or argue with foolish people. But she glanced at Zhou Shushu with slightly red eyes, pondered for 2 seconds, and then stood up with a jerk. Li Sei said, let them go. Training is so important, anyway they don't care about tomorrow's English test. They think it doesn't matter, why do you force them? Zhou Shushu didn't react and looked at the speaker in confusion. What kind of bottom-up exam? Lin Eben questioned. I couldn't have said it at first. But since I reminded you, if you don't care, don't blame anyone tomorrow, said Chen Yuxi without hesitation. In this moment of stalemate, Chen Yuxi saw the wavering and hesitation in their eyes. Student Union, check your appearance. Zi Shu knocked on the door to break this situation. Why are you standing here? Zishu Wenimo saw several people blocking the door, and then saw Zhou Shushu and Chen Yuxi standing. The expressions of these people were solemn, and the atmosphere was subtle. Oh, our class just didn't mean to confront the study committee member and we're about to apologize, said Chen Yuxi cunningly, with a teasing smile hidden in her eyes and a hint of sarcasm both inside and outside her words. Zhou Shushu was even more confused. She looked at the speaker at a loss, not knowing why Chen Yuxi wanted to help her. She and Chen Yuxi have always been difficult to deal with, and their relationship is not very close. You didn't come at the right time. We apologize for any inconvenience caused to our classmates. How can this be considered a delay? A good man can correct his mistakes. We are fortunate enough to come and learn from them, aren't we? Zi Shu Wenimo asked his classmates in the student union, with an invisible smile in his eyes. He tacitly accompanied Chen Yuxi in acting and set traps for Lin Eben and them together. Yes, it's a rare learning opportunity. The students who came to inspect agreed. The vice chairman of the student union and the deputy minister of the learning department both said so. As a student union official, could he not agree? After a simple tug of war between Chen Yuxi and Zi Shuwenimo, Lin Eben had already stood in a place of injustice. The classmates in Class 1 were surprised to see the class monitor talking nonsense in a serious manner, silently sighing at the genius's ingenuity. Lin Eben and his team couldn't skip class in front of the student council, so they were forced to follow the steps given by the morning rain and the sun. "I'm sorry," Lin Eben said angrily before returning to his seat with lingering anger. Chen Yuxi and Zhou Shushu also sat down. Yu Xianyi looked at the back of the person in front and smiled lightly. The serious reversal of black and white, as well as the arrogant and deadly absolute suppression, it must be said that she is a very interesting girl. Lin Xiran and Mu Qingyan exchanged a glance, both showing admiration for this operation. The deadlock was broken, and Zishu Wenma continued his work. "All students extend their hands and expose their ears," said Zishu Wenmo. Rows by rows of inspections, Zishu Wenma stood next to Chen Yuxi and gently reminded her, "Classmate, please lift your hair and expose your ears." Chen Yuxi knew he was joking but ignored him. "Are you still angry?" Zishu Wenmo asked with a smile. Although they had just performed together, they now turned their backs and didn't recognize each other. Morning rain and she turned away coldly. "Don't be angry, blame me." Zishu Wenmo placed the chocolate milk in his hand on the table in the morning rain. "Take it away, I don't want it." Chen Yuxi was in no mood to drink. "Okay, it seems like I have to throw it away. No one likes chocolate milk, so it can only be thrown away." Zishu Wenmo pretended to be sad and went to get the milk, but just as he touched it, he found that Chen Yuxi had already grabbed the milk and didn't let him take it. Zishu looked at her with a smile on his face, pretending to be puzzled. "If you want to throw it, I'll throw it too. You're not qualified." Zishu chuckled lightly upon hearing Mo, and his goal was achieved. After confirming that all the people checked by the student union had left, Lin Xiran cautiously looked around and then approached Chen Yuxi to chat. "Miss, you have a dark heart." Chen Yuxi focused on English reading, only vaguely answering him. "Lin Eben was so tightly controlled that you made him dizzy," Lin Xiran sincerely admired. "I'm going to make the other girl cry, can I not stand up? He doesn't have any standards, and I deserve to crush him. I'll give him a free lesson." Chen Yuxi put down her pen and corrected him with a righteous expression. TSK, why did the class monitor of Class 2 cooperate with you? He's also a dark-hearted person, we're the same person. It's been over a year, and we've only developed a tacit understanding." Chen Yuxi thought of something and curled her lips with a smile. "Is there really a final exam tomorrow? Didn't it mean that teacher Tianwei couldn't come back when Luo Xiao finished class?" Lin Xiran felt more and more puzzled as he thought about it. "Well, I made it up. But tomorrow I will really take the English exam, taking units 3 and 4. "Ah. What are you talking about?" Lin Xiran was knocked unconscious by her. "I will call the foreign teacher when I go back and say that everyone has almost forgotten what they learned in units 3 and 4. I suggest doing a paper to consolidate it. Consider the homework she assigned to the class representative in advance as weekend homework and postpone it later. This way, the exam will be held tomorrow. Isn't it? There was no exam originally, did you create one? This is Lin Eben's fault. And how do you know? Foreign teachers will definitely listen to you. Firstly, Zhou Shushu will cooperate with me. Secondly, the teacher is not present, and the real power is in the hands of me and Zhou Shushu. Most people will listen to us. Thirdly, no one except Zhou Shushu knows what tomorrow's task is. Amazing. There is no other way but to create a surprise on site. In Class 1, surprise exams are a common occurrence, you need to get used to them. Alright, let's resume your studies." Chen Yuxi continued to immerse herself in the English battlefield, scanning English reading lines at a glance. Alas, if one person causes trouble, the whole class will suffer. Lin Xiran glanced at the English text, then sighed weakly, glanced at the person next to him, and exclaimed in anger and surprise that Chen Yuxi was not human. Like an automatic translator in his eyes, he could quickly browse through the article without any obstacles. Is this the gap between people? Lin Xiran wanted to cry without tears, and he shrunk his mouth. In no time, a sudden sound drifted through the classroom. Luo Xiao, stop talking. He Ran's voice was not loud, but it was very prominent in the quiet classroom. Luo Xiao immediately buried his head like a frightened ostrich, blushing with shame. She had just been discussing with her desk mate about Chen Yuxi's amazing operation, and then she was caught by He Ran. Chen Yuxi turned around and glanced at the frightened little ostrich, smiling as if she had anticipated it earlier. The next second, she felt the gaze from He Ran, and then turned her head with lightning speed, concealing her ears and stealing bells, and continued to do her homework with a guilty heart. The English exam the next day arrived as scheduled. Lin Xiran looked angrily at the person next to him who was not interested in the exam, scanning the test paper with a clear eye. Her eyes carried a hint of coldness, disdain, and indifference. And Lin Xiran's eyes carried 3 parts of fear, 3 parts of despair, and 4 parts of death as if returning home. Stare at me, there won't be an answer, Morning Rain Shi Yu reminded. Humph. After about an hour, Dawn Rain finished writing and fell asleep on her stomach. Lin Xiran was surprised to catch a glimpse, his eyes filled with disbelief. Oh my goodness, the gap between people is so big in no time. He felt that this was a good opportunity, and he pretended to be calm, slightly turning his head and glancing sideways. The little genius in front of her lay quietly taking a nap, her head resting on her arm, and her green hair obediently scattered on her pure white neck. Her eyelashes were curved and slender like small fans, and her eyebrows and eyes were clear and elegant. There was a small mole on the corner of her right eye, and the sunlight through the window sprinkled on her skin like condensed fat. No, what was he doing? He gradually regained his senses. He wanted to see the answer to the exam paper pressed by Chen Yuxi's arm. How could he see his face? His Adam's apple rolled nervously, and his eyes glanced intentionally or unintentionally at Chen Yuxi, who was pressing the test paper under her arm. After copying all the answers he could see, he had no intention of continuing. He blurted out a few questions and slowly began writing his essay. After he finished his essay hastily, he lazily glanced at the watch on Chen Yuxi's right hand. There were still more than 20 minutes before the paper was due, and he felt tired and even fell asleep on his stomach. Mu Qinyan pushed Yu Xianyi with his elbow, who had already finished writing the paper and was in a daze. Yu Xianyi looked at him because he was unsure. Mu Qinyan smiled and gestured to him to look at the 2 people in front. The 2 people in front were sleeping neatly on their stomach, while the invigilator Zhou Shushu stared at the 2 who had fallen asleep with a gloomy gaze. Watching the 2 of them sleeping recklessly, Yu Xianyi's mouth curled uncontrollably upwards, and he reluctantly raised his hand to press down on the corner of his mouth. After the exam, there were 2 torturous math classes. Lin Xiran saw math symbols and English questions dancing in front of him, his eyelids fighting anxiously. The teacher's voice gradually faded away, and the classroom became quiet, as if only his own breathing could be heard. Then he lifted his eyelids with difficulty, and the scene before him was shrouded in darkness. He glanced at the math teacher standing in front of him with a terrifying smile, staring at him in confusion. He woke up in an instant and came back to his senses. I'm sorry to disturb your sleep. Maybe we should find it better to have us so as not to disturb our new to sleep. Do you agree, my bullets? The classmates burst into laughter and answered, no. Together Lin Xiran, who had just woken up, didn't react yet. He whispered to Chen Yuxi, what did the teacher say? She said. Tell you to go home and sleep. Really? He heard the teacher say a lot. Didn't you hear me? My classmates just said no and they were all pleading for you. Chen Yuxi didn't hesitate to deceive him. Lin Xiran couldn't help but be moved. The teacher clearly did not embarrass him, and after seeing that Lin Xiran was completely awake, he began teaching again. Lin Xiran felt very embarrassed and consciously stood up with his textbook and walked to the back of the classroom to listen. The amplitude of the movement was a bit large, attracting scattered gazes. Chen Yuxi glanced at him expressionlessly. She kept listening and didn't notice Lin Xiran until the teacher walked up to their desk and smiled at the person sleeping with their head propped up. Seeing Lin Xiran's actions, the math teacher smiled with relief, while his good brothers suppressed their laughter and watched him leave. Chapter 1. All Encounters 9. You are listening at Novel Full.audio. Ads by Google equals window. Ads by Google. Push. Friday afternoon is the most free time of the week, and students can freely allocate their time to participate in club activities, go to the library to read books, or go to the gym to exercise. After taking a nap in the morning, Yushi yawned and got up to prepare for the meeting. Most of the people in the class have already run, and most of them don't even take a nap before going to the club to play. Lin Xiran, who had regained consciousness for the most part, called out to Chen Yuxi. "Miss, where are you going?" "The student union has a meeting." "Oh, where have everyone gone?" "Free activities, most of them go to clubs." "No wonder there are no classes displayed on the schedule." "So what about us?" "Idle time and self-directed learning are the best match, don't you know?" "Ah. Then let's take a walk in the college. All the clubs are in different places. Otherwise, it's okay to go to the gym to play ball or something. Remember not to forget to go to the academic affairs office to get your school uniform." Turning around, I saw Luo Xiao standing at the door urging her. "All right, I'm leaving." After watching Chen Yuxi leave, Lin Xiran began to discuss with the people in the back row what to do. Play ball. Take a stroll. Take the school uniform. Several people clearly have different opinions. Lin Xiran, if you don't play basketball all day, you will die. Yu Xianyi rejected his proposal. The player will have a lot of dust and bacteria on their hands, and their body will also be sticky. Yu Xianyi, who has a cleanliness fetish, hates that feeling. Why can't we play basketball? Besides, can you get your school uniform for the whole afternoon? All right. Don't make any noise. Let's go get our school uniform first, then stroll around. After strolling through the studies we want to learn, what about playing basketball if we want to? Before Lin Xiran could answer, Yu Xianyi and Mu Qingyan had already stood up and walked outside. "Hey, wait for me, 2old6. Yu Xianyi and Mu Qingyan walked away as if they hadn't heard anything, while Lin Xiran hurriedly chased after them holding onto the ball. The summary meeting of the student union was held in the grade conference room, and the content was very boring. The morning rain and the morning sun listened to it and yawned incessantly. Luo Feng, who was speaking, noticed that his soul had gone out of his body, and couldn't help but smile, and then the conversation changed. "Vice Chairman, what do you think?" Chen Yuxi forcefully regained her senses and also closed her yawning mouth. Pup, Zi Shu sitting across from Wen Mo couldn't help but laugh out loud. Luo Feng glanced at him, then continued to smile as he stared at Chen Yuxi. "I think what the chairman said is all right," Chen Yuxi replied with a certain tone. "Oh, that's good. Since you also agree, you'll be in charge of next Monday's work report." "Ah." Chen Yuxi remembered not discussing this topic earlier and was hesitating when she saw the person across from her happily covering her mouth and giggling. I immediately understood the senior's conspiracy. She nervously swallowed her saliva, remained silent for a moment, and bravely accepted the trap that had just been dug for her. Luo Feng smiled contentedly and said softly, "The workload shouldn't be very heavy. Just repeat the content just reported today in front of all the teachers and students on Monday." Of course, if the vice chairman could have more freedom to attract more students to sign up for the student union, it would be even better. "I'll try my best." Morning rain. She felt Luo Feng's smile particularly eerie. She just felt like it was over. She didn't listen to anything and didn't even know the content. She wanted her to freely express herself and deceive others into joining the student union. Damn it, she's not good at deceiving people in public. This is really a capital punishment for her. Sitting at the other end of the long table, Yi Qi shuddered. Just now, he was also not listening, and his thoughts ran to the basketball court, sweating profusely with his teammates. He couldn't help but feel that joining the student union was like entering a den of dragons and tigers. Even smart people like Chen Yuxi were eaten to death. Back then, he was also half deceived and half forced by Senior Luo Feng to come in. He immediately folded his legs and sat in a paralyzed position, pretending to be upright. Luo Feng put away his smile and said seriously, "All right, that's roughly all for this week's summary. The preparation activities for the student union's transition are also about to begin, and high school seniors from various departments can now proceed with the handover work. All right, except for high school seniors and those who are handing over work, others can leave now." A dozen or so people walked sparsely in the conference room and saw Luo Xiao walking outside. Chen Yuxi also got up to follow, but was grabbed by Luo Feng. She turned back in confusion. "What are you leaving for? Who will inherit my mantle after you leave?" Looking at the bewildered expression on Chen Yuxi's face, Luo Feng only felt amused. "You need to hand over your work to me, go say hello to her and let her go back first," Luo Feng explained to her. Oh, she obediently followed Luo Feng's instructions and told Luo Xiao about the situation. Luo Xiao knew it in his heart and said goodbye before going to the dance club. After Chen Yuxi returned, she waited in a daze for Luo Feng's next command. Luo Feng smiled lightly. "Do you want to be the current president of the student union?" Morning Rain and she shook their heads at the words. "Ah, why? There are many things to attend to." "Well, there's a lot of nonsense. The Morning Rain and the Sun are telling the truth. What an honest classmate. Honestly enough to startle the other classmates around who were working on the handover, they all cast surprised glances. Luo Feng understood her meaning, but he didn't expect Chen Yuxi to be so straightforward. He also knows that Chen Yuxi has always been afraid of trouble and doesn't like to show her in public. He let out a sigh, gently rested his hand on his forehead, frowned, and began to ponder how to trick his junior sister into taking on this job. Being the president of the student union still has many benefits, such as doing. Luo Feng choked, he couldn't make it up. For example, endless work, endless worries, and endless deceit. Morning Rain and she stared at him, their eyes full of suspicion. After a long silence, Luo Feng started talking nonsense again. "This is an opportunity for exercise, a coveted opportunity for many people. It will be of great help to your current and future life. In the future, you will be grateful for your current self. Truly, Xiaoxi, investing is not a loss." Qinyu looked at him with an expressionless expression, talking nonsense. "Let's talk about it later." Luo Feng took a deep breath. "I have to hand over the work to you now, but you said it's time to talk. Xiaoxi, don't be such a prank. Are you willing to abdicate to the position of vice chairman?" "Well, I'm willing." Luo Feng is so arrogant that he can't speak. Suppressing the nameless fire in his heart, he repeatedly took deep breaths to adjust his mood. Morning Rain and Dawn are not so easy to be deceived. Luo Feng tried to maintain a calm tone and reason with her. "Okay, I respect your wishes. I just don't want you to lose this opportunity to exercise your abilities and give up the position of chairman to someone else. I'm not at ease. We all hope that the school student union can go on well, right? Over the years, you have been assisting me in completing my work. I think only you deserve to sit in this position. After all these years of hibernation and waiting, another opportunity to impress everyone. It's worth it, Morning, Rain, and Dawn." Chen Yuxi looked at his sincere expression and was almost convinced. She was tricked into joining the student union by someone in front of her and did a lot of work that normal people wouldn't care about. She has never been willing. Where did the hibernation and waiting come from? Only heartache and helplessness. She never needs to prove herself to others, she doesn't like to stand out. It's not that she's not excellent, but that she doesn't need it. Living to be enviable is not her goal, so she doesn't care whether her efforts have won the attention of others. But getting entangled with Luo Feng now is not a wise move. So she wore a professional fake smile, with hesitation and emotion in her eyes. After a moment of silence, he solemnly said, "Senior, I didn't expect you to have high expectations of me. I was really moved. I will go back and think carefully, and I will never disappoint the school student union." Luo Feng thought he was moved by emotions, and Xiaoli's heartfelt words touched Chen Yuxi. "Junior sister, the future of the school student union depends on you. This is my usual workflow and the various tasks I am responsible for in different years. You and I used to preside over it together. You should have experience, but now you can't explain it clearly for a while. You can go back and take a look, just remember and recall." Okay. And as soon as Luo Feng spoke, he was interrupted by someone next to him. Luo Feng's friend Cui Yichen urged him to leave, and their next class was physics. High school seniors use their class time for meetings, and during the second round of review, time is life. Don't have too much pressure. Alright, high school seniors can go back to class now. Senior students in their senior year left one after another. "Hello Chairman Chen," Zishu Wenmo joked with a smile. Chen Yuxi frowned displeased and pushed him with her elbow. "Ha ha ha hiccup, what's wrong with it? Why do you reject it so much? To be fooled by you, what cold words to say." The people in the conference room have all left one after another. Zishu, upon hearing Imo, stared at the back of a student who had left and remained silent for a long time. The morning rain and dawn saw something unusual. "What's wrong? He keeps staring at you during meetings. It's strange. It should be interesting to you." Qi Jinyun. Dawn, rain, and dawn felt a slight sense of crisis. "It seems to be called this. Do you want me to help you solve it?" "No need, just let me know at some time. There's no need to trouble you. Not many people know about this matter now. If it were left to Zishu Wenma, half of the school might know, and it would be embarrassing. I can't believe it, even you're a freshman in high school. I really don't know what attracted me to you. Sigh, I'm blind again. He, didn't hit." Zishu Wenmo smiled and dodged Chen Yushi's foot. "Hey, Sun Chiue didn't wait for you. Oh, she might have left with Zhou Shushu first. Is she still angry with you?" "No, she wouldn't be as stingy as you are. I apologized to her and she happily accepted it. What's wrong? Are you really blind, or are you pretending to be blind? You can't tell her. There are some things that can't be said to be friends anymore. Right. A nice girl, I don't want her relationship to get strained. I still want to be friends in the future. She doesn't lack friends. Zishu Wenmo, if you don't want to hurt her heart, you should politely explain it to her. I understand now. So good a girl, you're the only one who's blind. If you don't like her, many people like her. I can't stand her being wronged. You either accept or refuse, don't hesitate to delay her. I know, but it shouldn't be insulting, Xiaoxi. I force you to use foul language, and I can also be considered a genius. Hey, wait for me, you won't be angry, will you? Besides Jet Li, who else likes Sun Chiue? Why should I tell you, when did you talk so much? Also. Morning Rain. She remembered the two nagging words around her, and there was one more nagging little robot that kept asking questions and chattering endlessly when she got home. Buzz. Buzz. Bang dang. Strange sounds echoed in her ears, the sound fluctuating between far and near, making her unable to hear accurately. The scenery in front of her began to blur, and something strange and dizzy floated before her. She covered her eyes and stood still, trying to overcome her inner unease and fear, reaching out to hold onto the wall in order to barely stand upright. "What's wrong?" Zishu panicked as he heard Mo and supported her. "It's okay, the old problem with my eyes suddenly makes it difficult to see clearly." She deceived him, as usual. Vision and hearing hallucinations were something she had always taken for granted, but such sudden appearances were indeed very rare. She took out her pocket, but unfortunately she didn't have what she wanted and didn't bring any medicine. She can only wait for the situation to subside before moving on. "Do you want to take you to the medical room to see if there's anything you can do in this situation?" "No need, just take a moment to calm down." Chen Yuxi gasped heavily, trying to calm down the chaotic atmosphere. Half a minute later, she pushed away Zishu and went Mo. "All right, let's go back." "What's wrong with you? What's wrong with you?" "I just forgot to take my medicine today, it's not a big deal." "So what's the agenda for today's meeting?" She abruptly changed the topic. She had only told Zishu and Mo that her body was weak and she had amblyopia, and it was common for her eyes to not see, so she needed to take medicine regularly. So even Zishu Wenma doesn't know her true situation. It's really scary to run out without taking any medicine. I didn't listen to the meeting either. Come back and ask Sun Chiue or Zhou Shushu. I knew you couldn't rely on it, Chen Yushi pouted, feeling relieved in her heart. The two separated at the staircase and went to the astronomy club and photography club respectively. When the morning rain and dawn arrived, everyone except for the third year of high school had already arrived, and the activity room was holding a meeting to share. When Chen Yushi pushed the door in, she noticed that the person arranging the event was Vice President Duan Xingchen. "Yushi, here you are." Duan Xingchen greeted her. "Well, just finished the meeting. Chen Yuxi is on pins and needles in the club, but due to the recent abnormality, she has no bottom in her heart and has been worried. After enjoying the winter vacation star photos showcased by other classmates and working on the recruitment plan for the astronomy club, the morning rain and dawn fire retreated rapidly. Yushi. Someone stopped her. She turned back impatiently. "What's wrong, what's up?" Chen Yuxi quickly suppressed her emotions and asked with a gentle smile. "Is your student union recruiting new students?" Well, after the first monthly exam, Chen Yuxi answered with confusion. She clearly remembered that no matter how much Luo Feng and her tried to trick and seduce Duan Xingchen, he persisted in himself and prevented wasting time on the student council. How can one be interested in recruiting new talents now? Has the iron tree blossomed for thousands of years? Do you have any requirements? Just like in previous years. In the top 200 of my grade, I have a good character, am hardworking, positive and healthy. Okay, thank you. I see. But is the publicity department still hiring people? Recruitment, there are several senior students who want to retire, so naturally there are quotas. However, compared to the publicity department, the disciplinary inspection department is more suitable for you. If you go, you can directly become the deputy department, and the disciplinary inspection department not only supervises teachers and students, but also supervises the student union minister and staff. There is still more contact with various departments. Morning Rain she reminded with an almost imperceptible smile. When Duan Xingchen mentioned the propaganda department, she tugged her lips and smiled, and it was already clear to her heart. After all, Tang Yuan is in the publicity department, so what would be more attractive than someone she likes? However, she didn't want Duan Xingchen to go to an unsuitable department, so she deliberately mentioned it. Okay, I'll think it over. The next meeting should be at the student union. Come on, Deputy Minister of Discipline Inspection. See you next time. Goodbye, Vice Chairman. Then, the morning rain and the morning sun withdrew with lightning speed, concealing their ears and stealing bells. She ran quickly back to the classroom and dug out the medicine box. Gradually calmed down the breath and then poured the medicine down with water. After a while, the side effects of the medicine made her feel a bit weak, so she took a nap on her stomach. When Lin Xiran's voice filled her ears, she was awakened. Looking up, I only saw Lin Xiran's panicked expression. How to look at her with the eyes of a fierce beast. Miss, I was wrong. I shouldn't have said anything, no, I shouldn't have breathed. It was my fault to wake you up, it was my crime. I will spend my whole life trying to redeem myself. Morning Rain, she, who was not yet fully awake, listened to him give a sound. Are you sick? Yes, it's me who's sick. I shouldn't have fallen ill and woke you up. My sin now. If you don't want to die, just shut up, Chen Yushi interrupted him. Lin Xiran carefully scrutinized her, as she had woken up the Morning Rain before with a look of cannibalism. Nowadays, this is very abnormal. Did you go play basketball again? Chen Yuxi rubbed her eyes and asked. Lin Xiran grabbed his collar and sniffed. Why, is the smell strong? No. Morning Rain, she didn't smell anything, but she wasn't blind. She could see his collar soaked in sweat, beads of sweat hanging on his forehead and neck. Did you get your school uniform? Here we go, the clothes fit quite well. The few of us are dressed in thieves' handsome uniforms, which are truly customized school uniforms. When we visited the college, we also added clubs. I added basketball, Lao Xian added archery, and Lao Mu added tennis. Oh. The Morning Rain and Dawn lack interest. She glanced at the classroom, which was mostly empty, and then looked up at the clock. Pick up your backpack, get up and greet them to leave. Let's go, school is over. So early. Today is an exception. You can leave after 5 o'clock. Chen Yuxi came out of the grade director's office, holding several phones that were left by Chen Nan and carrying an instrument bag on her back. Chen Yuxi got on the bus with a few people, and then she got off at the nearby subway station. A few people watched as her slender figure gradually faded away and disappeared from sight. Her back always gives people a feeling of being elusive, as if the next second is about to dissipate all traces, and the lonely and desolate wind will take her away. Uncle Chen, how did Xiaoxi leave? Lin Xiran leaned his head forward. Miss, I took the subway to attend an interest class. I finished school early on Friday and have plenty of time to study. Talents, they still need to learn after the holiday. Miss, that's always the case. There are several interest classes on weekends. Uncle Chen, shouldn't we send her off? Mu Qingyan felt a hint of unease in her heart. Miss doesn't allow delivery. The place for classes is in Baitiao Alley, and there is a subway with the school and Tangzhai Royal Courtyard. She usually takes the subway back and forth by herself. Moreover, if she passes through the city at this point, it will be very congested. What is that learning? Lin Xiran asked curiously with a probe. I heard I learned to play musical instruments from a master. After dinner in the evening, a few people who were not eager to do their homework rarely gathered together to watch TV. The TV shows the animal world, and a few people are focused on watching the active feline animals in spring. I also have a cat at home, a blue-eyed puppet cat. It's very cute. Oh. The tone of the Morning Rain was calm and calm. Mu Qingyan and Yu Xianyi have both seen the spoiled cat that Lin Xiran dotes on. Xiaoxi, can I take it with me? No way, almost answered in seconds. Why? There's no reason. Either you're not there, or you're not there. You're not afraid of cats, are you? How could it be? Almost a second answer. A few people seem to have noticed something, with a smile on their faces. I'm just afraid. I'm afraid the cat might damage valuable things at home. Her explanation appeared particularly pale, and several people stopped watching TV and looked at her. Morning rain and she's unnatural frequent blinking gradually warmed up their face. Watch what I'm doing, let's talk about it later. I'm not ready to live with a cat yet. A few people didn't embarrass her and instead continued watching TV. When are you ready? Remember to tell me. Well, but what is your cat's name? Call. Call. Lin Xiran looked a bit flustered. Puff, his cat is called Mississippi. Yes, just like you, they are all called Mississippi. Yu Xianyi's face couldn't conceal a smile. Mu Qingyan couldn't help but laugh. Okay, Lin Xiran, don't call me that in the future. I don't know, you thought I was your extra cat. Chen Yuxi pretended to be angry. Cat's Chen Yuxi somehow remembered the cat on her way back. I didn't actually see it either, it was just that she left the old residential area and when she turned left and right, she heard a cat chirping as she walked out of the alley, drifting far and clear in the deep alley. Until she returned by subway, she kept recalling the cat she had never met before. Her inner obsession told her that it was a black stray cat. What's the schedule for tomorrow? Yu Xianyi asked. Of course, it's just sleeping until you wake up naturally, then playing games, ordering takeout, chasing fans, and playing with your phone. Lin Xiran's daily routine was lackluster. I'm going out tomorrow morning, and I'll put breakfast in the microwave. Remember to heat it up when you come down. I should be back at noon, and then I'll go out for class again in the afternoon. In the evening, we can go shopping together at the supermarket. The weekend has always been full with morning rain. You're so busy, Lin Xiran looked at her. The morning rain cast a white light on him. What will we have for lunch tomorrow? We can prepare the meal before you come back, Yu Xianyi asked softly. All right, but we don't have much food at home. Let's order takeout instead. Right, order takeout. It's been a long time since I had takeout. Are you available tomorrow night? Yeah, it's so empty. Let's go out for a stroll and have dinner outside. Okay. Lin Xiran answered excitedly, and Yu Xianyi and Mu Qingyan nodded in agreement. Then Aunt Lu said there's no need to prepare lunch and dinner, but won't your fans recognize you when you go out? No, we only have a few fans, Lin Xiran shook his head repeatedly. The list of formed members has not been publicly announced yet, so they cannot be considered formal members. Yu Xianyi also smiled and shook his head gently. Yeah, it's still a long way from debuting, Mu Qingyan frowned. I heard from Lu Yu that your supervisor will come next week. Oh, really? Yu Xianyi raised his eyebrows slightly. Those who have killed 1,000 knives have no rest time left, Lin Xiran wailed. It's impossible to escape. Mu Qingyan pursed her lips and smiled, reaching out to push someone who was feeling disheartened. Aren't you a 4-member boy group, and the other person? There's no news yet. At that time, only the 3 of us were selected. The others are not as handsome as the 3 of us, so the 4th one has been empty. Lin Xiran narcissistically lifted his bangs. Qinyushi couldn't resist giving him a white glance. The others' styles are too different from ours, so we haven't picked out the 4th one yet. What style is lacking? Almost a cool boy who can rap. Find Shuyuan www.zhaoshuyuan.com. Oh, indeed. Morning rain. She scanned the 3 of them. Who is the captain? Chen Yuxi asked politely, just like she had asked them their stage names before. She knew it all, but she had to ask again. After all, no one would have thought that she had hacked into her father's office computer and browsed through the files early on. Of course he is the most handsome man in the world. Lin Xiran boasted without any modesty. Naughty. Several people all reacted surprisingly unanimously. After watching TV together for a while, the few people who were not playing around went back to their rooms to rest. After taking sleeping pills, Chen Yuxi lay quietly in bed listening to Papaya singing nursery rhymes and telling her bedtime stories, waiting for the effect to take effect. Meiqiang stood quietly by the window smoking, igniting the youth's confusion in the bright crimson glow of the darkness. Meiqiang looked into the distance, enveloped by the unfathomable darkness of the night. Swallow and spit, bringing out a little sadness. He still doesn't adapt to the life and circle of the wealthy, always like a silent outsider. I heard a faint nursery rhyme humming softly somewhere, and a subtle mood rippled in my heart. He smiled lightly and remembered the person who would never sing nursery rhymes to him again. Tears quietly and silently broke through the tranquility of the long night. Lin Xiran was playing games under the night light, feeling particularly reckless. If I were at home, my phone would have been taken away long ago. It is impossible for him to become the champion of staying up late. Taking advantage of the gap between returning to the city, he gulped down cola. Yu Xianin's room is still lit. He reads medical books while feeling his pulse, while learning and experiencing it firsthand. Next to him was a light and elegant agarwood, with faint green smoke lingering by his side. The whole room was also mixed with the fragrance of traditional Chinese medicine.